On the other side of the thick city walls were innumerable shops and storefronts and a multitude of pedestrians who were clustered on the city's tightly knit streets. Off to the side, a few warriors rested under the shade of green willow trees while successful cultivators rode their carriages on the wide, four-lane roads. At times, the curtains of their carriages would be lifted by the wind, exposing their sage-like appearances. There were more warriors and cultivators in the city than one could count, and the people were packed like sardines everywhere. This was a rare sight to see, even in a country like Dajin. However, there was a special occasion. A new term was about to begin at Lingyun Academy. Therefore, the warriors, who were attracted by the sheer fame of the academy, made the city even more bustling than usual. In the eastern corner of the city stood a small shop. While everything was happening in the city center, the owner dragged out a bench and sat down in front of his shop, cooling himself off with a fan. He poked his head out in anticipation. Sure, this place was a metropolis, but the shops by the edge of the city barely had any customers. On top of that, this specific location was even worse than the others. However, this was the only inheritance that Fang Qi deceased father left him after he somehow arrived in this world. This used to be a shop that sold random things, like healing ointments and ordinary weapons. Aside from the things that no one wanted, Fang Qi had sold everything that used to be in stock. Originally, Fang Qi wanted to sell this store, but he later changed his mind. Because. At this thought, he looked up at the sign above him, Origins Internet Club. The name was really cool, but it was an internet cafe. An internet cafe in this new world? For this to make sense, we will have to start from the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday's morning, another day of boredom. Fang Qi yawned as he climbed out from his bed and scratched his bed head that was shaped like a bird's nest. Suddenly, he thought he heard a weird sound coming from nowhere. Wait, were they coming from his head? Surprised, he exclaimed, "Am I hallucinating?" He quickly became alert and listened intently. The system has been successfully activated, would you like to run it? System. It was as if the sky had rained delicious meatballs on him while he was sleeping. Completely disregarding what system it was, Fang Qi decided to activate it first and find out later. Beep. The system has been successfully activated. Yes. Exhilarated, Fang Qi waved his fists in the air. With his new system, he will finally be capable of cheating in life. However, he didn't know what his new system was for. A system that will let me be pretentious and face slap others. A system that will help me make amazing elixirs. Or, could it be a super warrior system? He was instantly excited by the possibility of being able to beat up everybody that he didn't like. If so, men with exceptional abilities would bow down before him, and all women would fawn over him. What a life! At that moment, another voice sounded in his head again. The Super Internet Cafe system has been successfully activated. What in the world? Fang Qi felt the air around him freeze as he stood there for 30 seconds in complete shock. Then, he asked in complete confusion, "What system did you say you were?" "The Super Internet Cafe system," the electronically synthesized voice in his head answered. "What? What did you say?" Fang Qi asked, not sure if he heard right. "The Super Internet Cafe system," the voice answered again in a mild tone. Fang Qi was flabbergasted. Why didn't he get a weapon or elixir system? Why would he need an internet cafe system? Was he really going to open up an internet cafe in this world? Did this place even have internet? Perhaps, if local area networks counted. Stupid F***ing system. Fang Qi couldn't help but curse in his head. "Please do not curse at the system," once again, the electronically synthesized voice rang in his head. "Since this is the host's first time offense, you will only be issued a warning this time around. If you curse at the system again, you will be punished." Fang Qi was at a loss for words, but he was a little worried about the system's punishment. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask, Tell me what you can do first. The system has just issued you your first task. Host, you may check your task interface. Task interface. At this though, Fang Qi mind turned to the task interface, and as expected, saw his first task in the taskbar. New player task, open an internet cafe. Task reward, 4 sets of computers and various equipment, 1 PC game, Resident Evil 1, Virtual Reality Remake. If the task is left incomplete, the system will look for another host. That was the gist of it. Fang Qi finally got a system and was determined not to let it go to waste. Therefore, he was now the owner of an internet cafe located in this new world. Moreover, he opened his internet cafe with his super internet cafe system. He spent the day before yesterday cleaning up and arranging the internet cafe, and he used the entire day yesterday playing games. In a nutshell, today was the official opening of his internet cafe. Inside the glass doors was a well-arranged internet cafe. The floors were hardwood, the walls were painted white, and there were 4 sets of luxury computer desks and chairs in the middle of the room, each with their own shiny new PC and gaming devices. He even saw devices that looked like the super advanced VR headsets in the world he used to live in before he somehow came to this world. The system explained to Fang Qi that those devices were called virtual reality machines, the key for playing any VR games. Although there were only 4 sets of computers, each was top of the line, and the overall ambience of the internet cafe was pretty good. It was apparent that no electricity existed in this world, but the computer's screens were on, no outlets or power cords were even needed. There weren't a lot of icons on the computer desktop, only an icon of a white-faced zombie for Resident Evil 1. Beside the door, a blackboard about a meter high hung on the wall, not only listing the prices of the internet cafe but also the rules and regulations. Opening up an internet cafe in this world wasn't a big deal. It was something new, so people were bound to come and try it out. However, the rules and regulations written on the blackboard caused the current scene. No one was there except for Fang Qi. Here were the rules: 1 business hours, 8 AM to midnight. 2 1 hour costs 2 crystals. Activating Resident Evil 1 costs 5 crystals. Each person can only play for 6 hours per day. 3 If you want to play, play. If you don't, leave. No causing trouble and no cursing at the owner. Those who do not abide by these rules will be asked to never return. 4 Play in a reckless and immoral manner at your own risk. Fang Qi knew if playing here only cost a couple of bronze or even silver coins an hour, people would still come in and try. However, 1 hour at his internet cafe costs 2 crystals. Setting that aside, activating Resident Evil 1 costed 5 crystals. 5 crystals were equivalent to 5,000 gold coins. Why would anyone ever want to play? No one would ever pay 2,000 gold coins for an hour of gaming and 5,000 gold coins to activate a game. What was worse, the system gave him another task: his internet cafe had to be filled up in 3 days. Fang Qi was speechless with the system's next to impossible task. Although the system only provided the best of the best, the problem right now was that no one even wanted to give his internet cafe a try. Fang Qi opened the thick glass doors of his shop and walked in. He sat down in front of a computer and muttered to himself, "What if I play around myself?" As Fang Qi was hesitating, a young man wearing a bright blue robe, who looked about 15 or 16 years old, suddenly pushed open the door and barged into the internet cafe, as if he was in a hurry to do something. His clothes were custom-made, but they were still as tight as they could be. The button in front of his belly looked like it was about to burst open from all his fat. However, this fatty's steps were lighter than feathers, unlike those who lacked exercise. After walking in, the fatty's eyes immediately landed on Fang Qi. "Qi, why are you still guarding this shop of yours? Oh, and why didn't you tell me that you're in a new business now? If you told me, I could have helped advertise for you." Fang Qi knew this fatty. He was Wang Tai, the son of the owner of Huaxian Pavilion, a restaurant on the neighboring street. The original owner of Fang Qi body didn't have many friends, but this fatty was one of them. Chapter 2 Resident Evil 1, Virtual Reality Remake. Wang Tai asked, "Do you still remember that Lingyun Academy is holding its entrance examinations tomorrow? Time's almost up, have you signed up?" Fang Qi shook his hands. "I'm not going to go. I need to tend to this shop." "Tend to this shop?" Wang Tai froze for a second as he carefully looked Fang Qi up and down. "Did you give up?" Then, he chuckled and pulled up a bench to sit on. "It's good that you gave up though. This might not be your cup of tea, but something will be. In my opinion, you don't have to put all your eggs in one basket." He then stuck out his carrot-sized fingers and made a cross with them. "I think learning martial arts is no better than farming these days. My dad already saw through that. He said if I still don't get in this year, he's going to send me to a school so I can study and become a scholar." Wang Tai blabbed on and on, his saliva flying everywhere. Fang Qi, however, laughed nonchalantly as he got up from his chair. "I didn't give up. I never wanted to go in the first place." "What do you mean?" Wang Tai was immediately confused by what he said. He remembered clearly that Fang Qi once swore he was going to get into Lingyun Academy and make something of himself. Has he really changed? Fang Qi sat back down and pointed at the computer in front of them. "Take a look at this." Wang Tai scratched his head. "I didn't get to ask you yet, but what does your new shop do?" "This? What's this?" "This is called a computer," Fang Qi said. "Consider it a spiritual artifact. But, you can't do a lot on it yet. There's only one game called Resident Evil." "Game?" Wang Tai thought back to the games he used to play as a child and laughed. "Aren't we too old now to still play games? Why don't you try it out yourself?" Fang Qi couldn't explain himself clearly, so he pointed at the blackboard. "Of course, you will have to pay first. It's just money, how much are we talking?" Wang Tai glanced over at the blackboard and burst out in laughter. 7 crystals an hour? You've got to be kidding me. Although people here mainly used the earthly branches to calculate time, Wang Tai still knew what the word hour meant. TL, earthly branches is just another way to determine the time. One branch is equal to approximately 2 hours. His family was considerably wealthy since they owned a restaurant in a big city like this. However, 7 crystals were still a big number, especially for a young man who didn't even have a source of income. "I'm not kidding, that's how much it costs," Fang Qi said in all seriousness. Upon seeing Fang Qi's expression, Wang Tai's face fell. "Qi, seriously? I came to support you, and you're really going to rip me off like this?" Fang Qi completely anticipated this reaction, so he explained, "Why would I rip you off? If you trust me, just pay up and try. If you're not satisfied afterward, I'll refund you your money. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's expression softened a little. "Really?" He glanced at Fang Qi suspiciously before pulling up a chair and sitting down. Since he could get a refund, why not try out the game? He took out 7 shiny crystals and placed them onto the computer desk. "Let me make things clear, I don't care what this is. At the end of the day, it's just a game that will only give me momentary happiness. I will not easily give up 7 crystals for this if it's not worth it." He was going to use this money to bribe the proctors at the exam tomorrow. However, Wang Tai was fine with leaving it on the desk for now. Fang Qi's figure was so weak that he would almost immediately break in half from a warrior's slap. Their combat skills were not on the same level at all. Truth be told, he didn't think any game could be worth this much money. All he wanted to do was find out what Fang Qi was up to. Fang Qi didn't get angry at what he said. Instead, he laughed, "Sure, I promise you that in the future, I'll refund you your money even if you are just a little bit unsatisfied." "Hey yo!" Wang Tai immediately burst out in laughter. Then, he glanced at the black spiritual artifact on the desk before looking back at Fang Qi. He said, Wang Tai, will now find out what it is about this game that gave you such confidence. He stood up and picked up the chair he was sitting on. It wasn't that heavy, so he couldn't help but ask, this thing won't fall apart, right? Oh, it's also a little small. Small? Fang Qi asked. With his skinny torso, he picked up another chair with ease, as if he were picking up a small chicken. Then, he put the chairs together and removed the handles in the middle, immediately transforming the two into a giant chair that was a meter wide. Wang Tai grinned. That's much better. After letting himself fall into the chair, Wang Tai noticed that although the chair seemed light, it was actually very sturdy. It didn't even shake when he sat down. The chairs, desks, and even the sign outside were all provided by the system. No wonder people said that systems always provided the best of the best. These chairs and desks were so sturdy, it seemed like even an earthquake wouldn't be able to shake them loose. People in this world had no idea what computers were and how games were played, not to mention virtual machines. Since Fang Qi had just opened this internet cafe, he decided to teach Wang Tai how to use all this stuff. Soon, with his help, Wang Tai clicked open the Resident Evil icon and put on his virtual machine. Resident Evil. Along with the game's opening animations and music, Wang Tai immediately felt a heavy and creepy sensation climbing up his spine. Then, Fang Qi helped him load the options, and the game quickly began. The opening animation was incredibly clear. Wang Tai felt like he wasn't observing through a computer screen, rather, he was actually there in the game, seeing the plot unfold with his own eyes. Although the game was originally in English, everything was translated into the players' native languages. Therefore, Wang Tai could understand everything that was happening. Resident Evil 1 took place in a mansion overrun by zombies, which was the beginning of this entire biohazard epidemic. The mansion was a nursing home established by the Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City with secret biochemical labs in the basement. The first scene was Alpha Team heading over to the mansion in a helicopter, in search of the members of Bravo Team. What's this? A new flying spiritual artifact. Wang Tai marveled at the helicopters in the air with curiosity. Is this a new spiritual artifact a cultivator created? However, he was thinking of something else. Did this dude find himself a powerful sugar daddy cultivator to rely on? This thing looks super real. Even so, I'm never going to hand over 7 crystals to him willingly. As soon as the game began, a voice sounded in his ears, would you like to enter virtual reality mode? Yes. Please click enter. Will do. Wang Tai immediately chose enter and felt the scenery around him change. He suddenly felt like everything in front of him was at his fingertips. He literally felt like he could touch everything before him. He was like a lost soul, drifting in the darkness. In front of him was the dark wilderness, and he saw 5 people lurking in the shadows. Fang Qi recognized them, they were the members of Alpha Team in Resident Evil 1. Oh my god! Wang Tai almost jumped up from his chair in fear. Why am I here? Stop howling! Fang Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wang Tai. If you just think exit, an option to exit will pop up. This is called virtual reality technology. The VR technology his system provided was much more advanced than the one in the world he used to live in. No wonder Wang Tai was scared by it. Wang Tai thought exit in his mind, and a special light screen appeared before his eyes. Would you like to exit? Feeling anxious, he quickly clicked exit and took off his VR headset. Then, he looked around frantically. Did I really exit? After a few seconds, he stared at Fang Qi in a daze. Are you sure that wasn't another world I was just in? It wasn't his fault for asking this question, what he just saw was so realistic that it felt like he was there, experiencing everything that just happened. Fang Qi pointed at himself and asked, do you think I have the ability to create a whole other world just for you to play a game in? Wang Tai immediately shook his head. No. He had never seen something so magical, so he asked curiously, "So was that really just a game?" "Of course it is, it's called Resident Evil 1, Virtual Reality Remake." Although Resident Evil 1 was an old game, the system would never really give Fang Qi a 1990s version that blurred out all the scary parts. Therefore, he put on the VR headset again and went back to playing. The prologue was still playing, and Alpha Team had already descended from the helicopter. The leader of Alpha Team, Albert Wesker, led the group. The two main characters of the game, Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine, walked at the back. They looked exactly like the characters in the original Resident Evil game, but if one were to lean forward and examine them closely, they would realize that these two looked like real people. Every detail on their bodies was immaculate, down to their skin, hair, and even pores. Wang Tai reached out, he could even feel their body temperatures. The expressions on their faces were so realistic that they looked like real people. Wang Tai hovered over them like a ghost as he closely observed everyone in the game. They look like the people from the Daling Empire. Actually, not really. People there don't dress like that. Plus, the women in Daling have wide shoulders and broad hips, none of them are as pretty as she is. The main female character in Resident Evil 1, Jill Valentine, was also one of the female leads of the second Resident Evil movie. Jill was beautiful to begin with. Unlike the Caucasian actress in the movie, Jill had both Eastern and Western features in the game. Her military uniform made her look valiant and heroic. Fang Qi remembered that back when he first started playing Resident Evil 1, she was a goddess in all the male players' minds. In the later official remakes, Jill became even prettier and more delicate. Now, her looks in the system's black technology game were more mesmerizing than ever, so it was only normal for Wang Tai to drool all over her. Wang Tai wasn't a coward. After realizing that there were no immediate dangers around him, he became curious about his surroundings. This place felt like another world. He could wander around back and forth and watch others, but the others couldn't see him. He felt like a god watching over the people. This was a magical feeling that he had never experienced, and he couldn't help but ask again, "Is this really a game?" "Of course it is." Fang Qi crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against a computer desk with a smile on his face. For a game worth 7 crystals, being realistic was only a small part of its value. To make the game easier to explain, he thought of an example. You can think of this game as one where royal families and aristocrats go hunting for monsters. Hunting monsters? Ha, nice. Wang Tai became even more immersed in the game upon hearing this. In this world, hunting monsters was a high-end activity only aristocrats and cultivators got to go on. Fang Qi didn't want Wang Tai to play without background information, so he gave the latter a rundown on the basics of Resident Evil, such as how to use guns, what zombies were, and what the Umbrella Corporation did. Wang Tai didn't have a problem with the weird names in the game since people in Daling had weird names as well. However, new and interesting information like M-Country, research companies, and viruses were cooler and more imaginative than the novels he had read in the past. Moreover, he could tell that these characters weren't created randomly, there was a complete system behind this game. He felt like a world with these characters really existed. Everything felt so real. Then, the plot advanced. Quickly, a team member who was left behind was ripped to pieces by 4 zombie dogs. Gasp! Wang Tai began studying martial arts at a young age, so he wasn't a person who would become dizzy at the sight of blood. However, that man was standing there, alive and healthy a second ago, just to be torn apart by zombie dogs in the next. The scene was so gross that Wang Tai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Someone died. Wang Tai shivered, engrossed by the scene and affected by the creepy ambience around him. Barry and the other team members wandered off while the main characters, led by Albert, barged into the mansion. "Please choose your identity within 1 minute." Suddenly, an audio prompt rang out from the computer, and 2 options appeared before Wang Tai's eyes. 1. Chris Redfield. 2. I am a special agent who was sent here to investigate as well. I'm now meeting up with Alpha Team. This was different from the version that Fang Qi had played. Instead of the second option being Jill, the system invented another mode. This, Wang Tai asked anxiously, what should I choose? You don't even know how to use a gun yet, so you should choose Chris. Wang Tai was the first player at Fang Qi Internet Cafe, so the latter quickly give him a hint. The second option is like a master mode, and you won't receive any help from teammates. Your attributes will be adjusted as well. Suddenly, the angle changed, and Chris's muscular body froze. What's wrong? The team was surprised to see Chris acting weird, so they all glanced over at him. Wang Tai felt he was now inside Chris's body and was seeing what Chris was seeing. Then, the others pointed their guns at him, immediately sending goosebumps all over his body. Just now, when the others were killing the zombie dogs, he saw what those guns were capable of. He seemed to feel the threat of death. A chilliness crawled up his spine all the way to his brain. How is this just a f***ing game? He even suspected that he might die in the game if he were shot by these people. Fang Qi. Wang Tai quickly called out Fang Qi name. The latter replied slowly, here. Although Wang Tai was in virtual reality, he could communicate with the outside world while he was playing. He asked, will anything happen to me, if I died in the game? No, it'll just force you to exit, Fang Qi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing what Fang Qi said, Wang Tai swallowed nervously. This game is so f***ing real. But he could go on adventures and fight monsters, but he didn't have to die? This place was a warrior's heaven. There's more to this game, you'll find out more as you play. Fang Qi raised his arms and stretched his body. As his sleeves fell down, they exposed his muscular arms which seemed capable of explosive strength. His system's black technology wasn't as simple as that. If it were, Fang Qi would have given up upon hearing its impossible tasks. Wang Tai, on the other hand, was as nervous as he could be, feeling as if spiders were crawling all over his body. However, now was not the time to blank out. He looked back at his teammates' weird glances, calming himself down and saying, no. Nothing. Chris, search this area, Jill and I will secure the doors. The team leader, Albert, quickly overlooked Chris's abnormality and gave an order to him. So, am I someone else now? Wang Tai exclaimed as he looked around at the realistic scene before him, I'm really not going to die. Even if you do, it'd be him who dies, not you. Fang Qi pointed at the screen. Right, you have a point. Wang Tai finally came back to his senses. Upon seeing the fatty this immersed in the game, Fang Qi didn't want to keep talking to him. Therefore, he turned on the computer beside Wang Tai to play around himself. To his surprise, as soon as his game loaded, a pig slaughtering howl came from beside him. Fang Qi turned around and saw Wang Tai falling out of his chair and crawling under the table. The computer screen showed a hallway, where a zombie was chewing on Wang Tai's, or Chris's body. Blood and flesh splashed everywhere, along with bloody letters written on the screen that read, Game over. Fatty, why are you under the table? Fang Qi couldn't help but laugh. Wang Tai removed the VR headset and wiped the sweat off his forehead before confirming that it was Fang Qi who was standing before him. He sighed in relief and patted his fat chest, exclaiming, I effing thought it was a human, FCK. It scared me to death. Wang Tai was still scared as he thought back to the scene that just happened. That thing was incredibly strong. He stabbed it with a dagger multiple times, but it wasn't affected at all. But wasn't he bitten to death just now? He looked up and down his body but didn't see any injuries. Nothing happened to me. He saw himself being ripped apart, but his body was completely intact. Did that mean he could go on as many adventures as he wanted to in this world without the fear of dying? He could be able to do whatever he wanted to. He had been practicing martial arts for so many years, and he was still well and sound, what was he afraid of in this video game? Upon confirming that nothing bad would happen to him, Wang Tai felt a rush of exhilaration shooting up into his brain. If I'm not going to die, then I'm going to kill it this time. Then, he eagerly placed his VR headset on again and went back to playing. Wang Tai controlled Chris, who had a dagger in his hand, as he quietly moved to the corner of the room. On the other side of the wall, the zombie was still standing there with its back toward Wang Tai as it was munching on the leftover pieces of a corpse on the ground. As if it smelled the fresh scent of a living human, the zombie slowly turned around, exposing its pale, gross, lifeless face that had specks of flesh and blood still on the corners of its mouth. That was the famous turning around zombie from the original Resident Evil. However, what was different was that in the original game, the zombie was computer-generated, allowing the player to watch this zombie's movements before fighting it. Yet, at this moment, the zombie seemed so real that it felt like it was standing right in front of Wang Tai. The zombie's gross face, paired with the darkly lit room and oppressing surroundings, was incredibly scary, justifying Wang Tai's previous reaction and quick death. Many people were terrified of this scene from Resident Evil. Fang Qi had watched it many times before and had become immune to it. However, this scene still left a newbie like Wang Tai so horrified that his hands began to shake. Unkillable with powerful physical strength and no sense of pain, when had ordinary people ever encountered this kind of monster? He had never seen a monster as scary as this one. Although it was still the same game from the 1990s, the freedom and realness of VR would overload the player's senses, making the game much better than the original version. A strong sense of excitement and nervousness drove Wang Tai's adrenaline through the roof as he dashed toward the zombie with the dagger in his hand, a hint of anticipation among his fear. This time, he performed better than he did previously. He held the dagger tight in his hands and pushed it deep into the zombie's chest. But, he made one crucial mistake. He wasn't Fang Qi. How could he have known that one had to destroy the zombie's head to kill it? Not only did his attack fail to kill the zombie, but it also provoked its urge to kill. With a furious howl, it charged towards Wang Tai like crazy. After humans turned into zombies, they would gain immense strength and become 2 to 3 times stronger than regular men. Therefore, the zombie immediately pushed Wang Tai to the ground and bit at the artery on his neck with its yellow teeth. "Why can't I kill this monster?" Wang Tai screamed crazily. He had stabbed the zombie in a vital spot, but it didn't die. Not only that, why did it also go berserk? The good thing was, he wasn't as inexperienced as he was last time, and he prepared himself mentally this time around. He quickly stopped the zombie's bite with his hand but was immediately left on the defensive. Wang Tai pushed the zombie's neck back with one hand so that it wouldn't bite him, and he then pushed his dagger into the zombie's temple repeatedly and ferociously with the other hand. Soon, the zombie finally lost its strength and slowly fell to the floor. "It's finally dead." Wang Tai replayed the horror this gross monster brought upon him in his head as he breathed heavily. Being able to kill an undead monster with such insane strength gave him more exhilaration than fright. He felt a strong sense of achievement blossoming from the bottom of his heart. He was a warrior. Moreover, so many people in this world were born to admire power and bravery. Being able to kill a powerful monster validated his pride. It felt awesome. After climbing up from the floor, he looked around but didn't see anything worth looking into. Therefore, he turned around to leave. Is that horrendous monster the zombie Qi was talking about? At that moment, Wang Tai developed a strong sense of interest in this game. It was such a weird and unique game with monsters that he had never even heard of. He had never seen a world like this in the novels, so he was eager to find out what else this world contained. He couldn't wait to keep looking around. These monsters are super strong. I'm glad I can go back into the game after dying. Wang Tai complained about how hard the game was. After all new players had to first be wrecked by the zombies before learning how to deal with them. Suddenly, Wang Tai saw a semi-invisible white ball of mist leave the zombie and enter his body, immediately giving him a warm and comfortable sensation. Then, he noticed that his strength grew as well. After a while after killing his first zombie, Wang Tai quickly killed a few more before finally figuring out that he had to destroy the zombies' heads. Then, he picked up a handgun he found in the lobby and killed a few more zombies. He was overjoyed by the challenges he faced and the adrenaline rushes he got from the horror. Although zombies were powerful and scary, he always felt a sense of achievement when killing them. Suddenly, a message popped out on the computer screen. "Dear customer, your balance is insufficient, please pay to continue." That's it. Wang Tai removed the VR headset and jumped up from his chair. "Fine, I admit that this game is really fun, I would consider playing it for 1 or 2 crystals, but 7? It's such a rip-off." Although he was already addicted to this game, his 7 crystals were supposed to be used to bribe the proctors tomorrow. If it were any other day, he might pay that amount. However, that money was not for spending on irrelevant matters. Wang Tai's face became twisted before he even finished his rant. Fang Qi exited his own game to see Wang Tai's expression. "Do you feel it?" "Feel?" Wang Tai waved his fists in the air and kicked his legs. Then, his face became even more twisted. "How did my strength and speed both improve? What happened? Both improved? Did you level up?" Fang Qi wasn't surprised. He opened Wang Tai's player interface and saw the small LV2 in front of the experience bar under Chris's avatar. There was no such thing as levels in the original Resident Evil 1, but the one the system provided him with was a little different. The characters inside could level up, and their strength, reaction speed, and other aspects would also increase. Moreover, this increase would also be reflected in the players themselves. This was the true greatness of the system's black technology. Wang Tai was flabbergasted. He was still in the body forging realm, meaning that he was still a warrior in training. A comprehensive increase in his combat ability meant that he would be able to become an official warrior much faster. There was another benefit to playing this game. Since Ling Yun Academy's entrance examinations were tomorrow, he might be accepted if his strength increased even more. Not only was this game new, fun, exhilarating, and addictive, it was also capable of enhancing his strength. Warriors had to practice martial arts tediously and rigorously temper their bodies over and over again in order to achieve the same benefits. Playing this game, he felt like he had become the main character in a novel, he was literally adventure-seeking in another world. What an amazing and magical feeling! Most importantly, he felt so happy when he figured out the monster's weaknesses and subsequently defeated them. A game this awesome could be used to enhance his strength? He wouldn't have anything else to worry about since he didn't need to bribe the proctors anymore. It was so awesome. Although he didn't know which cultivator created this great thing, it now seemed like 2 crystals per hour was not expensive, instead, it was almost too cheap. After letting go of his real-life worries, Wang Tai, a native in this world, finally understood the beauty of the game. But, he touched his nearly empty pocket. In there was some money he needed for tomorrow's examination expenses. He immediately pulled Fang Qi over and whispered quietly, "Qi, I need to discuss something with you. If I play here a few more hours, can you give me a discount?" He knew that bribing proctors might not work. Also, making a last-minute effort of going home and practicing martial arts was super boring and useless, he really didn't want to do it. It was much better to play a couple hours of games here. Fang Qi, on the other hand, sighed and shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to give you a discount, I can't." Then, he pointed at the little blackboard by the entrance. "It doesn't say discounts on there." "But, Qi, we're best buddies, how can you be so stingy?" Wang Tai was immediately infuriated. "If I am stingy, I wouldn't have given you pointers." One could only understand the beauty of this game by experiencing it for themselves. Fang Qi didn't like spoilers, therefore, he thought that he was already being pretty generous by giving hints and background information to Wang Tai just now. "I wouldn't have helped anyone else," he added. Upon seeing how resolute Fang Qi was, Wang Tai had no choice but to give up. He asked with a slightly disappointed tone, "Can I at least pay you tomorrow?" Fang Qi didn't reply. Instead, he glanced over at the blackboard again. Immediately understanding what he meant, Wang Tai muttered under his breath, "You're such a d*ck." Then, he threw a few crystals onto the desk. Let the game continue. While Wang Tai was enjoying himself, a young man in a green robe and a fierce-looking man walked in after curiously looking up at the sign. Upon entering through the glass doors, the young man glanced at the people inside and asked, "Who is the owner of this shop? Can I help you?" Fang Qi casually greeted them. Origins. The young man looked at Fang Qi with disdain and pointed at the sign outside, "So now anyone can just name their shops like this? What does your shop do?" Fang Qi didn't explain. Instead, he pointed at the game that Wang Tai was playing and said, "See for yourselves." That young man walked up behind Wang Tai and glanced at the computer screen. The scene displayed on the screen looked incredibly realistic, shocking the young man. He asked, "What's this? What's the fat guy doing?" "He's controlling the person on the screen," Fang Qi explained. The young man in green didn't believe him. "The person on the screen is moving by himself. How can you say that the fat guy is the one controlling him?" Fang Qi sneered at this young man and thought, those who have never seen computers before will definitely be shocked. Although he really didn't want to waste his time with these two people, he thought about the task the system gave him, to fill his internet cafe up with people. Therefore, he patted Wang Tai's shoulder and said, "Exit the game and show him." At the time, Wang Tai was completely absorbed in his game. However, he had no choice but to exit the game upon hearing Fang Qi request. He turned around to ask, "What's up?" As expected, the person on the screen froze immediately. The young man in green was flabbergasted. Was this fat boy really controlling the person inside? He pointed at the screen with slight suspicion in his tone and asked, "Were you really controlling that person just now? How did it feel?" "It's super awesome. I get to go on adventures in another world, and I can start over when I die. It's even better than the monster hunts that those noblemen go on." After all, Wang Tai didn't know a lot of fun things, so he could only use monster hunts as an example. While he talked, Wang Tai waved his hands in the air with excitement. However, he quickly remembered that time was precious, so he promptly shook his hands and said, "If you're interested, play for yourself. I'm going back to the game now." Upon seeing this, the young man was intrigued. What does this fat boy mean when he said go on adventures in another world? Can I enter a world like this as well? If that's true, then it would be awesome. Therefore, he immediately asked Fang Qi, "I want to try, how can I play?" Fang Qi pointed at his blackboard and said, "The prices are all written on there. 7 crystals. The young man's face darkened as he sneered, "Do you take me for a fool? Ordinary spiritual artifacts cost no more than 5 or 6 crystals, and your game costs 7 crystals an hour. There's a 5 crystal charge to activate the game for the first time. Afterward, it's just 2 crystals an hour," Fang Qi explained nonchalantly. "How do I know that the two of you aren't working together to trick me?" 7 crystals weren't a lot to the young man, but he didn't want to throw them away just like that. Over the past 2 days, Fang Qi had met plenty of customers like him. They were all interested but thought the game was too expensive. "My shop is right here, and I won't be able to run away anyways. Why would I trick you?" Fang Qi shrugged and said, "It's fine if you don't believe me. I'm going back to my game now. F***ck. The young man was surprised. Ordinary shop owners would bow down to him with respect upon seeing a customer of his status come in. What is this owner of a god-knows-what shop so pretentious about? He glared at Fang Qi, trying to detect any hints of deception on his face. Unfortunately, he didn't see any. Moreover, this owner really ignored him and went back to playing his game. Fine, the young man said as his expression turned issier than ever, I'd like to see what's so amazing that costs 7 crystals an hour. Man, pay him. TL note, Man is the actual name of this guy's servant. I'm here, young master. The grey-clothed man immediately bowed before the young man. Then, he suggested, would you like me to try it out first? No. I'll try it out myself. He waved his hand and glared at Fang Qi arrogantly, saying, if your game isn't worth the money, I swear I will smash everything in here into pieces. Upon hearing this, Fang Qi laughed, try all you want. If you don't think it is worthy enough, you can do whatever you want to this shop. Good, remember you said that. The young man smirked and said, don't beg me to go easy on you by then. Whatever makes you happy. After clicking on the Resident Evil icon, the young man put on his virtual machine and quickly entered the game. Is there actually another world in here? The young man's face was filled with disbelief upon seeing the realistic animations before him. Can I really control another person in another world? Those two really aren't trying to trick me, right? Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. The screen locked onto Alpha Team, that was flying in their helicopter as the background information was introduced. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by groups of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo Team was sent to investigate, but they soon disappeared. The introduction of Resident Evil 1 was extremely simple, yet, the limited number of words left so many questions unanswered that the player would immediately get a feeling of how difficult and complex the game was. After all, the system's black technology was even better than the VR technology in the world he used to live in. Therefore, people in this world, who had never seen computers before, would immediately be dumbstruck by the scene in front of their eyes. Is this really a game? The young man asked in shock. Everything in the game, from the people to the surroundings, seemed so real. He felt like he had opened the door to another world. What else do you think it is? Fang Qi said, you can control your character with the keyboard and mouse as well. Then, he taught the young man how to use them. If you use a keyboard and mouse, you won't have as much freedom to move around. Only by using the VR machine will you feel like you are actually in the game. It's your choice. The young man was completely flabbergasted. He then glanced over at Wang Tai's and Fang Qi's screens. Their screens showed the same scene and people as if they were in the same world, but none of them could meet each other. It felt like there were identical yet completely separate worlds behind the screens. How is that possible? This is amazing. How can something this amazing exist in this world? He finally began believing in this game. 7 crystals really weren't that much, considering the experience he just had. This was an experience even 70 crystals couldn't buy. He then pointed at the screen and asked, are there side effects to playing this game? If being scared by monsters counts, then yes. Upon hearing what Fang Qi said, this young man couldn't wait any longer and went back to playing the game. As the search began, he was profoundly impressed by each character and object, from the mysterious world to unkillable zombies to the zombie-filled mansion. The lifelike scenes and battles gave him a pleasure he never felt before. A thought suddenly popped into his head, oh! Doesn't this kind of intricate plot only exist in novels? At this thought, he remembered something else. Does this mean these people are equivalent to the main characters in a novel? Novels can only be read, and words alone can never satisfy my craving for action. In addition, the endings of the novels are controlled by the authors. However, this shop has a game that allows me to be one of the main characters. So I can control the fate of these characters. In a sense, I have the opportunity to write my own novel. No wonder the shop owner called this a game. It is indeed a game. Not only that, it is a unique game that I never would have imagined existed in this world. As a person in this era, there was nothing much to do aside from gambling, frequenting brothels, and hunting. This game was much more different than the traditional games he was used to. Who designed something like this? His hands trembled in excitement. There were countless novels, but their qualities varied, and none of their plots were as imaginative as this one. After he experienced lifelike combat where each punch was satisfying on its own, he was completely hooked onto the exciting plot. With his fists clenched, he declared, "If I'm the main character, then I, Song Qingfeng, will reveal the conspiracy in this world, and I shall save my teammates and escape together." Every man in this world wanted to go on an adventure so stimulating that their blood would boil in exhilaration. He had a feeling that defeating the monsters would be easy as pie if he were to use his special weapon. Now, all that was left was to give it a try. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his desktop. "Your playtime period has ended." It's all written on the blackboard by the door. Each person can play for 6 hours a day at most. 6 hours. He looked to his left and right and said, "How has it been 6 hours already? I didn't even kill that many monsters." He spent a lot of time fighting off the zombies and zombie dogs since he didn't want them to touch him. Therefore, time passed by really quickly without much progress. "No!" Song Qingfeng immediately shouted, "What kind of rule is that? I have money, why can't I play? Rules are rules. What kind of business is the owner running? Why would any owner kick out a paying customer?" He was enjoying the game so much just now. It was like he was a woman who was about to go to heaven when the man suddenly pulled up his pants and jumped out the window. That was how frustrated he felt. He clenched his teeth and pointed out 2 fingers before saying, "I'll double the money, what do you think?" However, Fang Qi didn't even look up. "I'll give you 5 times the money." Song Qingfeng pointed out all 5 of his fingers on his hand. 5. Fang Qi eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Before he got the system, he had less than 1 crystal's worth of wealth combined. He had never even seen that much money before. Therefore, he immediately asked the system, "Can we bend the rules a little? He's willing to pay 10 crystals an hour." "No." The system immediately turned down Fang Qi's suggestion. "As the host of this system, you cannot compromise your integrity for small profits." F***ck. Fang Qi was so depressed that he felt like spitting out blood. He was just the owner of an internet cafe. Did he have to have so much integrity? Reluctant to refuse, he looked at the 10 crystals in Song Qingfeng's hand and asked again, "I really can't?" The system didn't even respond this time. F***ck. Fang Qi gritted his teeth and rejected Song Qingfeng's offer. At this point, Wang Tai had been playing for a long time as well. He looked at the young man nervously and said to Fang Qi, "Qi, it seems like this person is from a prestigious family. Can't you bend the rules for him?" Fang Qi immediately shook his head. "Young master." The grey-clothed man sneered and said, "This person obviously wants to do things the hard way. Do you want me to? Who do you think you are? Back off." Song Qingfeng glared at this man before turning his attention back to Fang Qi. Fang Qi couldn't do anything, so his eyes wavered towards the little blackboard by the door. On it wrote, "Don't cause trouble and don't curse at the owner. Those who do not abide by these rules will be kicked out forever." Song Qingfeng followed Fang Qi's gaze and saw these sentences, and his somewhat handsome face immediately became grim. He really had nothing to say about the way this owner managed the internet cafe. "Man, let's go and come back tomorrow." "Young master, are we leaving, just like that?" Before the man in grey even finished his sentence, Song Qingfeng had opened the door and left. After exiting, the young man lowered his voice and said, "Find out who the owner is and where he came from." "I will." Upon seeing them leave, Wang Tai grinned and said, "Qi, I'm taking my exam tomorrow, but I have no idea whether I'll pass. Do you think I can?" "Wow, this dude even knows how to play the victim to get others' sympathy," Fang Qi thought. "You've played for so long. If you can't even pass tomorrow, will you still have the face to become a warrior in the future? Wang Tai was at a loss for words, he really couldn't negotiate with Fang Qi. Depressed, he had no choice but to leave and prepare for his exam the next day. Soon, only Fang Qi was left in the shop. No one was there to bother him, so he went back to playing. The mansion was filled with all sorts of traps and monsters. Although the zombies in Resident Evil 1 seemed weak, they really weren't. If one didn't headshot the zombies, they would all go berserk. Moreover, after playing for a while, players would encounter hunters and chimeras. In such lifelike circumstances, it wasn't easy to clear levels in the system's remake of the game. In the system's remake, killing monsters would grant players experience points. Therefore, most zombies had to be killed before the players could advance. Because of that, the players would be short on bullets if they used the gun. If players wanted to clear a level, not only would they have to have the ability to headshot all the zombies, they also must have the ability to kill zombies using a dagger without getting hurt. Moreover, players also had to engage in head-on melee combat with hunters. Something worth mentioning was that a headshot in this version of the game wasn't as simple as hitting a zombie in the head, the players had to literally obliterate the zombie's head to kill it. If the players used handguns, they would have to shoot a regular zombie in the head multiple times to kill it. However, if the players used daggers, Fang Qi bent down as if he was a jaguar, ready to pounce. Then, he quietly advanced towards the zombie in front of him. When he was only a meter or so away from the zombie, Fang Qi suddenly shot up and pierced his dagger right into the zombie's temple before the zombie turned around. Fang Qi wasn't satisfied with this strike since he saw that the zombie was still struggling. It wasn't dead yet. Then, Fang Qi held the dagger in his hand and pushed it into the zombie's head again with all his might. After twitching for a few seconds, the zombie finally fell to the ground. A warm gust of energy left the zombie's body and entered Fang Qi. He opened his character interface and saw that he was LV9. The higher the level, the harder it was to advance. Right now, Fang Qi level was more than double of Wang Tai's and Song King Feng's levels. All these increases in level were reflected in real life, so Fang Qi's speed and power were probably even slightly higher than Song King Feng's, even though the latter was born into a prestigious family, grew up drinking all kinds of elixirs, and practiced martial arts since he was young. Fang Qi shook off the blood on his dagger and continued searching the mansion. Just then, a horrifying monster covered in scales appeared, its big claws were sharp and ready to kill. A hunter! Fang Qi's heart skipped a beat. This was the hardest monster to defeat in Resident Evil 1. He remembered when he first started playing this game, whenever his HP dropped to the yellow status, he was often executed by the hunter's claws in the blink of an eye. After all, hunters were incredibly horrific monsters. He swallowed his saliva and clenched the dagger in his hands. Instead of using a gun, he decided to fight it with a dagger. Not everyone was as arrogant, curious, and rich as Song King Feng. After he and Wang Tai left Fang Qi's shop, another young man in black walked into Fang Qi Internet Cafe in the evening. "Sir." The young man in black opened the door curiously and asked, "What does your shop offer?" "You can play a game called Resident Evil here," Fang Qi said as he pointed at his computer. "Would you like to try?" "Game?" The young man looked at Fang Qi with a weird expression and asked, "How can I play? How much does it cost?" Fang Qi then pointed at the blackboard by the door. "Crystals." The young man's expression dimmed, and he immediately turned around to leave. As he stormed out, he cursed, "What a rip-off!" Fang Qi's face twitched in anger. Afterward, a few more people came into his shop, but none of them were as rich and curious as Song King Feng. Therefore, he didn't earn any money that evening. Fang Qi sighed and went back to playing his game. He played until 3 a.m. or so. On his screen, Chris lied on the floor with wounds of various sizes all over his body. A couple of those cuts were lethal. Yet, a hunter, that was bleeding with its flesh exposed, was still standing tall. What the f***ck? It was already late, and Fang Qi, who had been playing for half the day, felt his stamina falling. Unlike Song Qingfeng, he didn't exit the game whenever it got difficult. In order to experience the thrill of killing a hunter, he never exited the game unless he died. However, he probably couldn't win even if he kept on playing at this point. After exiting the game, Fang Qi felt his exhaustion overcoming him. Although he didn't move in front of the computer during this time, killing monsters for an extended period of time took a toll on him, both physically and mentally. He wasn't someone who would play games for 24 hours a day. Therefore, he decided to lock up the doors and go to bed. Young Master Song, it's just a tiny shop, why are you so serious about a game? The young man in red waved the fan in his hands casually. He looked like he was from a prestigious family. You didn't even come to the banquet yesterday, that was very uncouth of you, he said. He's right. The young man in white chimed in, you messed up, young Master Song. Plus, don't you know what day it is today, the red-robed man added. Lingyun Academy's exam is today. I know you, my brother, are strong and experienced enough to ignore a big day like this, but both of us want to receive high rankings. How can you ask us to put the exams aside and play games with you? Can't we go at any time during the day? What's the rush? Song Qingfeng retorted with extreme nonchalance. He had a point, Lingyun Academy's exam lasted all day, and with their status, nothing would happen even if they arrived later than the rest of the examinees. You have a point, the white-robed young man laughed dryly. Was that why Song Qingfeng dragged them out to play a game so early in the morning? Forget it. The red-robed young man tried to mediate their dispute. If young Master Song recommends it, then we might as well go and see. Fang Qi woke up early in the morning, he looked at the time, it wasn't even 8 a.m. However, it was fine. Since he woke up early, he might as well open his internet cafe early. He walked downstairs and unlocked the doors of his shop. Then, he was just about to go out and buy some steamed buns when. Young Master Song, how can this place not be open yet? Should I call the owner out? One of Song Qingfeng's companions asked in a muffled voice behind him, as they stood outside the internet cafe. Suddenly, the doors popped open in front of the trio. Fang Qi froze upon seeing Song Qingfeng and two other young men standing outside his shop. You are way too early. Yes, it really was early. Song Qingfeng smiled bitterly, can I play now? After the initial shock, Fang Qi broke out in laughter, have you been waiting this entire time? Song Qingfeng answered, the game is too much fun. It's not time to open yet. Fang Qi touched his nose. He didn't expect Song Qingfeng to come so early. Come in. Song Qingfeng nodded and walked in, while the two others glanced at each other as if they felt a more profound meaning behind young Master Song and Fang Qi conversation just now. What kind of game was capable of getting Song Qingfeng so addicted that he waited all night to come back and play? They realized that they might have underestimated how important this game was to him. Therefore, the two of them quickly followed their friend in. As soon as they entered, they saw the small blackboard by the door. That's really expensive. The young men glanced at each other before pointing at Fang Qi. Are you sure this dude isn't trying to dupe us out of crystals? Song Qingfeng, however, opened Resident Evil with familiarity. Then, without looking at either of them, he responded, you'll know once you try for yourselves. Fang Qi added, remember to pay. The young men's faces darkened. Do we look like people who can't afford 7 crystals? I'm glad you can, Fang Qi responded, you have to pay first before playing, that's the rule of the house. I can't believe the kind of shop owner you are. I'm going to smash this place into pieces. They glared at Fang Qi angrily. At this time, Song Qingfeng placed a small bag of crystals on his computer desk before saying, I'll pay today, consider this as an apology for disappearing on the two of you yesterday. The young man in red was called Su Luo and the one in white was Lin Xiao. They were good friends with Song Qingfeng, which was why the latter called them out with him as soon as he got a taste of this game. They looked inside the coin bag and jumped up in surprise. "Why are you giving him so much?" There were 2 of them, which meant an hour's playtime cost 14 crystals. However, there were way more than 14 crystals in that bag. Activating your accounts plus 6 hours of playtime for all 3 of us is 46 crystals in total. Fang Qi eyes almost crossed upon seeing the crystals. He made 50 crystals just a few days after he opened his shop for business. What did 50 crystals mean? The scale of Wang Tai's family restaurant was considerably big, but they still had to work their asses off for a couple of months to make 50 crystals. He, however, made that money in merely a few days. Before the temperature of Fang Qi hands even warmed up the crystals, everything disappeared. All the crystals disappeared, just like that. What the f***ck do you think you're doing, system? Fang Qi felt like a hen who had just lost its darling baby chick. What happened just now? Creating the game and running the computers require energy, which the system needs. The system's voice rang in his head. Crystals are prioritized for the system, why are you such a jackass? Fang Qi's face fell as he pointed his middle finger at his head. Tell me when I can earn crystals then. The system saved some for the host, it's more than enough for you to live off of. Fang Qi then looked at the couple of crystals that reappeared in his hand. What a pretentious douchebag. 6 hours. Lin Xiao, who was on the other side of the room, immediately protested, I'm meeting someone at lunch, I don't have that much time to spend with you, young Master Song. He had to at least study for Ling Yun Academy's examinations today. How could he ignore the exams and instead run to a random shop just to play 6 hours of games? Granted, Lin Xiao was friends with Song Qingfeng, but he thought his hesitation was justified. Never mind it. Su Luo said, young Master Song paid already, so we have to save face for him. Let's see if this is money well spent. If it is, then great. If it isn't. At this, he paused and glared at Fang Qi, then don't blame us for not putting King Feng's feelings into consideration. If either of you thinks the game isn't worth the money, feel free to smash my shop, Fang Qi said faintly, but with unwavering confidence. You said so yourself. Upon hearing what Fang Qi said, Su Luo and Lin Xiao finally calmed down. With the help of Song Qingfeng, they both began playing the game. Lifelike animations, weird spiritual artifacts, and a world that didn't look like their own appeared before them. This game is basically a tangible novel. Song Qingfeng helped his friends as he explained the game to the best of his ability. You guys are now the main characters of these novels. Su Luo and Lin Xiao were flabbergasted by how real everything looked and exclaimed, what's going on? This was black technology, something completely out of their imaginations. Soon, neither of them complained about how expensive it was to play here. Weren't you guys wondering how my skills improved so suddenly? Song Qingfeng smiled mysteriously, you'll find out once you play this game. It's because of this. Su Luo and Lin Xiao looked at each other, seeing the astonishment on each other's faces. Song Qingfeng smiled upon seeing their surprise. Truth be told, he was equally stunned yesterday. But be careful, the monsters in here are really strong, he reminded his friends. After I spent half a day killing them, I only killed 5 or 6, but died at least 10 times. Died. They both turned around to stare at Song Qingfeng, who explained matter-of-factly, it's just a game, you can restart after you die. You can do that? The game seems so real. Upon hearing this, their expressions towards Fang Qi changed, immediately finding him unfathomable. Thank goodness they didn't offend the owner just now, he was probably a cultivator. If that was the case, he was probably not a weak cultivator. They were quickly engrossed in the game, but, like every new player who had played so far, they were gobbled up by the first zombie in Resident Evil. Why can't I kill this thing? The more I try, the more agitated it becomes. It looks like it's going berserk. Resident Evil 1 had a horrific background setting to begin with, although they could exit the game whenever they wanted to, it was still gross to see their characters' bodies being chewed up into pieces. Petrified, they were both scared witless by the zombies. Then, they both shot looks of admiration towards Song Qingfeng. Young Master Song, you said you killed 5 or 6 of these monsters yesterday. Your strength increased under this much pressure. Song Qingfeng liked the way they were looking at him and nodded. Then, he said mysteriously, these monsters are strong, but there's a way to deal with them. You have a way? They exclaimed in surprise. They couldn't kill the zombies, no matter how hard they tried. How did Song Qingfeng find out how to kill monsters that seemingly wouldn't die? Song Qingfeng nodded, of course, it took me a long time yesterday to find the secret to success. Both of them pleaded in all seriousness, please tell us, brother. I might as well since you are showing so much sincerity. Song Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. I found out by accident yesterday when I was fighting these monsters. Then, he waved at his friends, gesturing for them to bring their ears closer. Thanks to Song Qingfeng's hint, Lin Xiao and Su Luo's skills improved drastically. They were both born in old and well-known families. Though young, their combat skills were ranked quite high. They took a while, trying to avoid being scratched by the zombie. 10 or so minutes later, however, they both managed to smash apart its head successfully. This was their first time playing Resident Evil. They were absolutely terrified by the existence of zombies, even before the storyline progressed. Upon seeing a fierce enemy die by their hands, Lin Xiao and Su Luo immediately became more confident, the terror inside of them turning into a sense of accomplishment. So that's how you kill zombies. Perhaps they were lucky enough to kill 1 or 2 zombie dogs, but not all the ones that they encountered since everyone makes careless mistakes at times. They spent 2 hours fighting the zombie dogs. Then, they glanced over at Song Qingfeng, who seemed to be having fun, as his character was using the gun in his hands to shoot his enemies. They exclaimed, Qingfeng! Where did you get your weapon? Lin Xiao's eyes stared at Song Qingfeng's screen intently. The zombie dogs can't even get close to your character. It's so awesome. Is it a spiritual artifact created by a cultivator? Qingfeng, can we get one as well? Song Qingfeng responded proudly, weren't you given 2 options in the beginning? If you pick the first option, you get a gun. That's it. Why didn't you tell us earlier? They were both confident enough to choose the option without teammates, but to their surprise, the game was as difficult as could be. Aren't the 2 of you meeting someone afterwards? Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes at them, but his friends immediately shook their heads. We're not going, we're not going. Brother, if you told us how amazing this game was from the very start, we wouldn't have even made plans. Song Qingfeng's expression filled with disdain, I told you so many times this morning, but did either of you believe me? Being at a loss for words, both of them fell into an awkward silence. Since they found the gate to success, they both decided to restart their games, just so they could try out a new weapon in their quest to kill monsters. System, did I complete my task? Fang Qi glanced at the 3 occupied computer desks. Since he was sitting on the 4th computer, his internet cafe was a full capacity, right? You're the owner of the internet cafe, you don't count as a customer. Fang Qi stuck out a middle finger and asked, can I at least go look for one? As the owner, please do not solicit others. Fang Qi expression darkened. What do you mean, solicit others? Feeling like he couldn't do anything to help himself, Fang Qi fell back onto his chair furiously. Just then, a beefy-looking man walked up to the internet cafe. Someone's here. Fang Qi's eyes lit up, talk about meatballs falling out of the sky. I heard a couple days ago a shop that rips others off opened on this street and deceived a few customers yesterday. I, Liang Shi, Hate it when these things happen. The beefy man looked up at the sign above the door. Origins? How arrogant. It's this shop, isn't it? I'd like to see how this shop can dupe me. Then, he forcefully pushed open the door of the internet cafe and shouted, "Who's the owner?" Fang Qi immediately walked up to him. "I am." Liang Shi was a muscular man, even half a head taller than Fang Qi. He stood before the latter like a mountain. Upon seeing Fang Qi beaming expression, the corner of Liang Shi's lips tugged into a smile. "What's your shop for?" "Games." Fang Qi pointed at an empty computer and asked, "Would you like to try?" "Of course." Liang Shi sneered as he thought in his head, "Do you take me for a fat lamb that you can gut and cook anytime you want to? I want to see what kind of place this is." Then, he sat down proudly and solemnly on the last remaining computer chair. He demanded, "Tell me what kind of game this is. How do you play it?" Fang Qi pointed at his blackboard. "It costs 2 crystals an hour and 5 crystals to activate the game. That'll be 7 crystals in total." Good heavens! Liang Shi swore in his head, this really is a shop that cheats its customers. Liang Shi narrowed his eyes and smiled dangerously. Then, he threw 7 crystals onto the desk in front of him. "Teach me how to play it." Without thinking too much, Fang Qi nodded and reached out to pick up the crystals, but Liang Shi stopped him with his arm. He sneered, "But what if your game isn't good, and not worth that many crystals?" Fang Qi laughed. This man wasn't the first customer that had asked him something like this. Therefore, he pointed at Song Qingfeng and the others, "Of course it's worth it, just ask them." Song Qingfeng casually glanced over at Liang Shi and couldn't help but laugh, "Of course it's worth it. If this shop isn't, then none of the shops are. This is just a shop that deceives its customers." Liang Shi sneered as he glanced at the people beside him and thought in his head, "Did the owner hire these little brats as fake customers?" He snickered, "Why would I believe what others say? Am I a 3-year-old child? What do you want then?" Fang Qi furrowed his eyebrows, and, in response, Liang Shi slapped the desk with a smirk on his face, "If I don't think it's worth it, then you're going to smash everything in my shop." Before he could utter out a complete sentence, however, Fang Qi finished his thought for him. Liang Shi scratched the top of his head and looked up at Fang Qi with surprise. "How did you know?" Fang Qi thought, "I know all your brains are only capable of thinking of this one thing. Why can't you all say something else, like you're going to pour sh*t outside my shop or pretend to get hurt to make me compensate you?" So many people had walked out of his shop because they didn't believe in the quality of the game. Liang Shi sneered, feeling a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed, "Then I'll give it a try. I'd like to see what's up your sleeve." Liang Shi took over the computer Fang Qi was using, leaving the latter with nothing else to do. Therefore, Fang Qi grabbed a chair and sat down beside him. "Put on your virtual machine and double-click the Resident Evil 1 icon to start the game." Soon, Liang Shi noticed that something was off. He exclaimed as he looked around at the lifelike animations around him, "Where is this place? Is this another world? This is called virtual reality technology." Fang Qi already anticipated his surprise. The way to exit the game is already written on the blackboard. Then, Liang Shi exited the game. As expected, everything in front of him went back to normal. Then, he went straight back into the game, feeling as if he had walked into another world. Was this a shop that ripped off its customers? He looked at the ordinary-looking owner sitting beside him. No, this was more like a heavenly shop. He swallowed hard and asked, "You said this is a game?" "Of course it's a game." Fang Qi saw that Liang Shi was about to choose his character, so he said, "If you don't want to feel like you're actually in the game, you can control the character with your keyboard and mouse as well." Then, he showed him how to pick modes and use his equipment. How can this be? Liang Shi was just thinking of ways he could smash everything in this rip-off shop. It can't be, How can this normal-looking owner be so powerful? He thought in disbelief. He was here to teach this shop owner a lesson, but things took off in a completely different direction. No, it must be a game that deceives others. He quickly took a deep breath in to calm himself down. If I look closely, I'll be able to see through the tricks. Then, what am I supposed to do now? Aren't there tips in the game? Fang Qi replied, didn't you watch the opening story? The opening story? He suddenly remembered the game saying that some team had disappeared, and he and his teammates were here to save those people. Am I one of the members of the search and rescue team? I can't believe that a real battleground is being simulated here. The more he walked around in the mansion, the more shocked he became. This grand, luxurious mansion was not as simple as it looked. There were countless traps and a ton of undying monsters. He was a warrior who wasn't a part of any force. In Dajin, many warriors were like him. After all, most warriors didn't want to be tied down by the rules of big forces, and they didn't want to live a life where they were constantly being ordered around by their superiors. However, often when warriors needed to make a living, they would take on missions and complete dangerous tasks that others were unwilling to do. He was once dealt a dangerous mission, and he had to save a hostage from a group of mountain bandits. The game he was playing right now felt exactly like that mission. Therefore, he quickly immersed himself in the virtual world. The more he played, the more he was surprised by the lifelike combat, undying monsters, and sinister traps. Most importantly, he could come back to life after he died. This allowed him to learn from his mistakes and start all over again. Without a doubt, all of these elements showed the power of this game called Resident Evil. He remembered that during the hostage-saving mission, he fell into the mountain bandits' trap, and if he wasn't lucky, he would have died in the mountains. It was all because of his lack of experience and caution that something like that happened. Usually, one's important experiences were obtained during life and death situations. Could money buy brink-of-death experiences? Of course not. However, after killing a few zombies, he detected the slight increase in his qi. This game is beneficial to one's qi? He couldn't help but recall the martial arts tower at Lingyun Academy, a sanctuary for cultivation. But this is just a game, and I didn't even cultivate in here. He was dumbstruck. Did a cultivator create this game? If this is a game, it is incomparable to any of the games out there right now. Before he came, he was thinking of ways to teach this evil and greedy shop owner a lesson. Now, he felt like his head had been kicked by a donkey, which was why he believed the rumors and thought this shop was a scam. Since he had similar battle experiences, he quickly became one with his character. He declared, no matter how expensive this place is, I will still come and play every day. Sure, that's great, but you took my spot. Fang Qi said, looking dejected. The good news was that he completed the system's full capacity task. Song Qingfeng, who died again, exited the game and glanced over at Fang Qi feeling depressed. However, he couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Fang Qi sitting on a chair, looking bored. Sir, I think you need to buy some more equipment for your shop. Fang Qi glanced at the system's task list. Fill up the internet cafe in 3 days, complete. Reward, 7 computers and accompanying accessories. The rewards will arrive after business hours. New task, reach a total revenue of 800 crystals. Task reward, Resident Evil 1, movie version. The internet cafe costs 2 crystals an hour. Who would come here to watch movies, Fang Qi thought. What's the use of this movie? Although he had to admit that Resident Evil 1, movie version was amazing and added to the plot of the first game, who would waste that kind of money on watching movies at an internet cafe? Are you sure you're not playing me? Fang Qi asked helplessly, to which the system replied, you'll see when you try it, host. Fang Qi didn't know how to respond. However, the good news was that there would be a total of 11 computers at his internet cafe the next day. Don't worry, we'll have more computers tomorrow. Fang Qi touched his nose and glanced at Song Qingfeng before chuckling. Your time is almost up, right? Song Qingfeng's proud expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Before he looked at how much time he still had left, Lin Xiao and Su Luo both pointed at their computer screens and shouted, Sir, what does playtime limit mean? Fang Qi leaned back on his chair and replied nonchalantly, each person can play for 6 hours maximum every day. It's one of the rules at my internet cafe. What kind of rule is that? I can't play even if I have money. Lin Xiao was immediately angered, I'll pay you double. Upon seeing his friend's furious demeanors, Song Qingfeng snickered in his head, I acted the exact same way yesterday. Fang Qi, on the other hand, shrugged. Rules are rules. What do you mean? Su Luo bellowed, you don't think it's enough? What about 5 times the money? If both of them paid 5 times the amount, he would earn 20 crystals in an hour. Fang Qi couldn't resist the enticement of money. System, he asked in his mind. I'm here, the system's voice sounded in Fang Qi's head. Can you please reconsider? You can split only 10% with me afterwards. This system consumes energy every time it starts, so please stop asking questions like this because it's a waste of energy. In the future, the system will not answer questions like this ever again. Why are you so pretentious? Fang Qi cursed his system countless times in his head, but it was too bad that he couldn't do anything about it. Since there are rules, it's only natural that you abide by them. Fang Qi had no choice but to shake his head righteously. We can't play even if we have money. The two of them erupted in anger, do you know who we are? We have the ability to smash your shop into pieces. Fang Qi almost laughed, are the brains of all warriors filled with muscles? Why does everyone want to smash my shop apart? Every inch of the shop, from the bricks on the floor to the tiles on the walls, were given to him by his system. The corner of Fang Qi's lips twitched, and he replied, if you are courageous enough to do it, go ahead. Smash this place into kibble. Then, he pointed at the blackboard, but, don't say that I didn't remind you. My shop will never take customers who cause trouble. Song Qingfeng frowned. Then, he stood up to stop his friends, guys, the owner is a man of principle. The rules are there, so we should follow them. Plus, it's already afternoon. If we don't attend Lingyun Academy's examination, we're going to miss it. Song Qingfeng looked into Fang Qi and found out that he was the descendant of a warrior. However, Fang Qi's father wasn't a famous warrior, making him as ordinary as one could be. Yet, because of how ordinary Fang Qi was, Song Qingfeng knew that he wasn't capable of creating a game as incredible as Resident Evil. So, where did these things come from? Who is the person standing behind him? Song Qingfeng thought, either way, it could not have appeared out of nowhere. He wanted to get to the bottom of this but felt like Fang Qi was shrouded in mystery. The unknown was more terrifying. Since the owner was a man of principle who treated everyone equally, customers really shouldn't be unhappy and cause trouble. People would laugh if they found out that Song Qingfeng and his friends got into a fight because of a game. It really wasn't necessary. Upon hearing what Song Qingfeng said, his friends weren't happy, but they had no choice and could only compromise. Forget it, let's listen to young Master Song. We'll come back tomorrow. At the same time, he remembered each of the attacks that the hunters made. Wang Tai came in the afternoon, he walked in satisfied, with his toes pointing outwards as he swaggered. Without having to ask, Fang Qi knew what happened. Haha, Qi, guess if I passed the exams today. Fang Qi couldn't help but laugh. It's all on your face. Do I really have to guess? Wang Tai became embarrassed, but he was still as haughty as ever. Not only did I pass, I passed by a lot. Then, he placed the crystals on the desk, piece by piece, there were a total of 10 crystals. I'm going to keep killing zombies today. Where did you get so many crystals? Fang Qi was shocked to see all the crystals on the desk. He knew how much Wang Tai's family earned. Sure, their restaurant made good money, but the gaming currency was crystals. This fatty paid more than a dozen crystals yesterday and 10 more today. That was a lot. Wang Tai looked at Fang Qi, his smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. After the exam results came out today, my old man was determined to support my quest to become a warrior. You know how much the medicine and herbs required for training cost. You're using that money to play games. Of course. Wang Tai snorted as if there was nothing wrong with that. I can play games to level up, and it's much faster than hard training and drinking bitter medicine. Why would I spend money to bring myself pain? Wang Tai had a point. Fang Qi was thinking along the same lines. Ever since he got the system, he was training with this black technology. However, Fang Qi was now at the peak of the body forging realm. Then, Wang Tai laughed bitterly, Qi, can't you bend the rules for me? My old man was really happy today, and that's how I got so many crystals from him. If you don't lower the price, I won't be able to play 6 hours a day. At most, I would only be able to play 3 or 4 hours. Fang Qi shrugged and replied, it's not that I don't want to help you, I really can't do anything about it. You're such a d*ck. Although he knew Fang Qi would refuse, Wang Tai was still left dejected. However, since he could still play 5 hours today, he quickly sat down on a chair and began playing. Fang Qi fought against the hunters in the game like crazy to familiarize himself with the attack patterns of those cold-blooded killers. At the same time, he learned Chris's sharp and precise combat style. Although not many people frequented his internet cafe, he still had customers. Lingyun Academy's examinations were coming to an end. People who went early, like this fatty, already finished their admission procedures. How can this be? Why at this time? A young girl, about 18 or 19 years old, walked out of Lingyun Academy. She was wearing a delicately made purple dress, but her brows were furrowed. Su Zixin felt like she was about to go crazy. She planned to cultivate in the martial arts tower at Lingyun Academy and level up to the late stage of the Master Warrior realm before the Lingyun list was announced in hopes of achieving a high result. However, she had reached a bottleneck recently. No matter how hard she cultivated, she still failed to reach the late stage of the Master Warrior realm. Faster than she expected, the limited amount of time she had saved up to cultivate in the martial arts tower was used up, but her level had not changed at all. Is there really no other way? She was anxious but didn't know what to do about it. She casually strolled around the city center, hoping to relieve her stress. However, she was disappointed by what she saw. Zhuhua City is big, but there's nothing exciting to see. It has been years, and nothing has changed. There really wasn't anything to see in this city. Plus, she was female and couldn't visit the places where men loved to go. Therefore, she could only buy some snacks and walk around at most. She had lived here for so long that she felt like she was truly bored of this place. Suddenly, she saw the word Origins in front of her. Confused, thinking that the name was a little arrogant, she muttered to herself, I've never seen this shop before. Origins, the beginning of all. Whoever named this shop must have courage. She couldn't help but wonder who the owner of the shop was and why he was so brave. Therefore, she pushed open the door and saw 4 machines she didn't recognize in the clean shop. 3 men sat inside, but Su Zixin had no idea what they were doing. Who's the owner? She faintly opened her mouth and asked. Upon seeing that a customer arrived, Fang Qi had no choice but to exit the game. He turned around and saw Su Zixin standing there gracefully in a purple dress, her eyes sparkled, and her teeth were white. She was a rare beauty. Before she even opened her mouth, Fang Qi knew what she was going to ask. Do you want to know what my shop does? He asked instead. She answered, of course. Plus, your shop isn't that big, but you named it Origins. Aren't you afraid that you'll be criticized for arrogance? Fang Qi didn't respond. Instead, he got up, walked over to his blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk and wrote a few sentences on the bottom. What does this shop do? Computer games. What are computer games? Please take a look at the other customers. Su Zixin couldn't help but look confused upon seeing this. Game. She felt like laughing. She had lived in Zhuhua City for so long, but she hadn't seen anything weird like this. The room wasn't even that big. What games could she play here? That should be good enough. Fang Qi then patted the chalk off his hand. Why would I be scared of criticism? If I didn't have what it takes, my shop would have been smashed into pieces a long time ago. Then, he added nonchalantly, but no one who has played here still wants to smash my shop. What arrogance! Su Zixin was surprised to see how confident the owner was. Then, she glanced at the blackboard again and said, "It's expensive." "No, it isn't," Fang Qi laughed. "If you don't believe me, ask them." "No, it isn't." By this time, Liang Shi had already logged out. As soon as he felt that his essence improved, he stopped questioning the prices here. He even thought that it was really cheap. Just as Liang Shi was about to head out, he saw Fang Qi pointing at him, so he glanced at Su Zixin and said, "You're also a warrior, aren't you? All I can say is that 2 crystals an hour is really cheap. This is a magical shop." "Really?" Su Zixin laughed doubtfully. Then, her eyes scanned Liang Shi and Fang Qi suspiciously. 7 crystals were not a small amount, and normal warriors wouldn't be able to afford it. Even warriors with prestigious backgrounds would hesitate before throwing so much away like that. Therefore, she walked up to Wang Tai. Upon seeing Chris walking around on the screen, she furrowed her eyebrows and asked, "What's this?" "Here, you can participate in a battle." Liang Shi felt bad about second-guessing this shop before, so he explained the game to the young girl before Fang Qi did. "You can control the people inside the game to fight monsters. If you don't believe me, try for yourself. Then, you'll know why I said that this place isn't expensive." However, not only did Su Zixin refuse to listen, she looked at him, more suspicious than ever. He had a feeling that this young woman thought that he was a fake customer Fang Qi hired. Feeling wronged, Liang Shi smiled bitterly. Then, he put his hands together and gestured at Fang Qi. "I'm going to stop talking, or else she's going to think that I have bad intentions." Fang Qi shrugged as he pointed at the blackboard. "If you think it's expensive, you can leave. But if you don't try for yourself, you can't leave saying that I'm a customer-duping shop owner." Su Zixin was so furious that her anger turned into laughter. "Are you trying to provoke me into trying?" Fang Qi, however, waved his hand at her. Then, he sat back down and went back to playing his game. "What do you mean by that?" Su Zixin froze for a second, and Fang Qi replied faintly, "Do whatever you wish." He wasn't a man who liked to swear, so he decided to kick her out this way. "You!" Su Zixin was so furious that her beautiful face twisted. She had never seen a shop owner as arrogant as he was. "Okay," she said angrily, "then, I'll try and see if this game really is as good as that person said." Fang Qi looked the pretty girl up and down before asking, "Are you afraid of ghosts?" "What do you mean?" Su Zixin was confused by Fang Qi's question. Fang Qi pointed at Wang Tai's screen. He was fighting against 2 zombies. Then, Fang Qi said, "There are all kinds of monsters in the game. If you're scared of them, you shouldn't play." Su Zixin glanced at the rotten, disgusting-looking zombies. "What is there to be afraid of? They are in the screen and won't be able to bite me." Therefore, she sneered, "What's there to be scared of? Don't tell me that you don't want me to try. It's best if you're not scared." Fang Qi began teaching her how to play the game. Not long afterward, Fang Qi heard a shriek. "Why am I in it?" It was pitch black everywhere, and the environment was overbearingly oppressing. Plus, entering another world was so weird. It was as if she was looking at a painting and was suddenly sucked into it. Fang Qi said, "The way to exit is written by the door." The way to exit. She thought about it before finally realizing what the words on the blackboard meant. Therefore, she immediately exited and asked, "You're saying that I need to kill the monsters in there? Didn't you say that you aren't scared?" Fang Qi looked at her speechlessly. She was a genius student of Lingyun Academy, she wasn't about to let a shop owner look down upon her. Agitated, she quickly retorted, "I'm not scared, it's just a few monsters. I was looking for a place to show off my skills. Don't worry, even if you die 10,000 times in the game, nothing will happen to you in real life. After all, it's just a game," Fang Qi reminded her. Really? Only then did Su Zixin calm down, the scene before her was so lifelike and realistic. "Of course," Fang Qi said. "Or else there will be so many dead people in my shop." Just then, she saw Wang Tai's character die. The fatty quickly restarted the game as if nothing had happened. "I see." She let out a sigh of relief. It really was a game. Although she didn't know how the game did it, it was a world where cultivators existed. Cultivators were mysterious and unpredictable, so ordinary people could not attempt to understand their power. Therefore, she followed Fang Qi hints and went back into the game. Soon, two options popped out before her, 1 Jill 2. "I am a special agent, now meeting up with Alpha Team." "I see, so only female players can choose Jill." Fang Qi finally understood what was going on. In the original game, players could choose between Chris and Jill, but in this remake, they couldn't because the system separated the players' genders. Unlike Chris, who started off with only a dagger, Jill carried a gun from the very start. After choosing Jill, Su Zixin naturally obtained Jill's gun knowledge. At the same time, she noticed that she could no longer use the warrior Qi inside her body. Warrior Qi could only be controlled by warriors who had reached the pinnacle in their training. It was also a way to distinguish if someone was an official warrior or just a warrior in training. However, she came out to vent her anger, so she wasn't worried that she couldn't use her warrior Qi. She looked at the gun in her hands. Although she couldn't use her Qi, since she chose Jill, she knew how to use the gun. Therefore, she knew that she didn't have to be afraid of anything. Soon, she began searching the mansion up and down. The light in the corridor was dim. After turning a corner, she saw someone squatting there. "Is this a missing teammate?" she exclaimed in pleasant surprise. That was fast, this game is so simple. Therefore, she quickly walked up to the teammate and patted him on the shoulder. "I'm here to rescue you, come with me." Suddenly, the teammate slowly turned around, revealing its pale, rotten face, with blood and flesh on the corner of its lips. If she was mentally prepared, then perhaps she wouldn't have been so scared. However, the person that Su Zixin thought was a survivor was actually a bloody, murderous zombie. This shock was bound to scare her, no matter how calm and collected she was. "Ah!" Su Zixin, who was flaunting her bravado just a minute ago, turned around and ran away. Her face was pale with fright. "I thought you said you weren't scared," Fang Qi laughed. Only then did Su Zixin realize that this monster was the one that she thought was weak. At this thought, she stopped in her footsteps and snickered, trying to sound calm. "Who said I was scared?" The zombie wasn't that fast, so Su Zixin was sure that this monster only appeared to be scary. Therefore, she began shooting it repeatedly. Soon, the zombie fell to the ground. Only then did she say proudly, "Look, what's there to be scared of?" Then, she walked up to the zombie and began stomping on it as if she were venting her anger out on this weak monster that had managed to embarrass her. "Try to scare me again if you can," she yelled. After all, she didn't know anything that could suddenly come back to life. Su Zixin's character lost balance and fell onto the ground. She did everything she could to kick that zombie away, but it was too strong. She struggled for a while but couldn't free herself, so she shot at the zombie. Yet, it wouldn't die. Instead, it went crazy and bit her ankle. This time around, Su Zixin was really shaken up. She really wasn't a coward nor someone who had never seen blood. The truth was that even special agents who had lived through countless wars would be startled by this scene in front of them. Why couldn't she kill it? It was horrific. How did she not see how strong and powerful it was? Am I supposed to do nothing while being eaten by this monster? She clenched down her teeth and felt a speck of despair. She even felt like she was going to die. She underestimated herself. Shoot its brain with your gun. Just then, a voice sounded out from behind her. Hey! She paused for a second. Then, right before the zombie was about to bite into her calves, she quickly fired her gun. Bam! 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 Countless bullets shot right into the zombie's forehead as it finally stopped what it was doing. Then, with a mournful cry, it fell right onto the floor. That's why I think girls shouldn't play these bloody and violent games. After all, if you don't court death, death won't knock on your door. Like the system, Fang Qi was calm and righteous. He watched as Su Zixin exited the VR mode beside him. She looked at him with a complicated expression on her face. Fang Qi looked right into her eyes and said with all seriousness, "You're welcome." Where did he get the audacity to say, "You're welcome"? Talk about a face that is as thick as the city walls. Su Zixin looked at him with anger and amusement. Even if she did feel a tiny speck of gratitude, everything happened because she was playing Fang Qi's stupid game. At this thought, Su Zixin glared at him while Fang Qi shrugged innocently. Su Zixin thought, wasn't I just complaining how nothing in Zhuhua City interests me? Although this game was at times terrifying, she now had ways to deal with those monsters. Therefore, the horror vanished and was quickly replaced with excitement. At the same time, she felt her bottleneck loosening up a little under the nerve-wracking battle just now. She was shocked. She paid a great price to cultivate at the martial arts tower at Lingyun Academy but didn't reach any breakthroughs. How did her bottleneck loosen up as soon as she played this game for a few minutes? How was that possible? Upon seeing Fang Qi falling silent and turning his attention back to his game, she decided to go back to her game as well and continue her Resident Evil adventure. She wanted to see if she could reach a new breakthrough. Su Zixin had a feeling that this game was a giant treasure hunt, just waiting for her to discover. As she kept playing, she used the method Fang Qi taught her and destroyed the heads of a few zombies in a row. Slowly, that initial fright disappeared and was replaced by an enormous sense of achievement and stimulation that only came from intense adventure seeking. Before playing this game, she didn't think that any adventure this exhilarating existed. This game was a cross-era masterpiece. Most importantly, this game gave her more than an exciting new adventure. Even the game plot was extremely interesting. What will be my fate in this game? Will I be able to find my teammates? The plot in Resident Evil 1 was simple and easy to understand. This was a search and rescue mission where the player acted as a rescuer, so he or she could quickly immerse themselves into the game plot. As an outstanding young warrior, she was a courageous woman. After the initial shock, her rebellious side was slowly evoked. The plot was simple, yet it was shrouded in endless mystery. It drew her in, stimulating her urge to explore. What is hidden inside the mansion? What is the biochemical crisis? She wanted to solve all these questions. Therefore, she couldn't wait any longer and completely forgot that she thought Fang Qi was a swindler just moments ago. Instead, she fell into Jill's role and declared, "I will find the truth behind this incident." "Sir, there are people who want to play." A few people suddenly barged in. Fang Qi glanced over and immediately recognized them. It was Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao and Su Luo. "Why are you here again?" Fang Qi immediately burst out in laughter. "You've played for 6 hours already, you can't play anymore. Do shop owners these days all ask why customers come? It's fine if owners don't stand up to greet customers, but why would they ask why are you here? Song King Feng's face darkened. Sir, why would you say something like that? We're not playing. Fang Qi then saw two other rich young men walk through the door, and Lin Xiao pointed at them. We are getting more people to come and play, what do you think? Can we play for a few more hours? You three, a long-faced young master said. Is a shop as small as this really as amazing as you say it is? Then, he looked around at the shop interior. Sure, this place was clean, but there wasn't anything special about it. You said you can play as the main character of a novel. The two young men asked suspiciously, this place isn't that big, can we even fight in here? You'll see, don't be frightened when you do. Lin Xiao and Su Luo were still mesmerized by their experiences this morning and said in a low voice, Cultivator. Cultivator. The two young men became even more suspicious at what Lin Xiao and Su Luo said. The shop owner doesn't look like a cultivator at all. What do they mean by that? Is this a cultivator's creation here? A cultivator's creation was an extremely rare object. The truth was, most spiritual artifacts sold in the city were inferior goods modeled after real artifacts. Therefore, genuine cultivator creations were extremely rare. This was because there were countless talented potential warriors in this world, but little to none were talented or qualified enough to become cultivators. In Dajin, being connected to a cultivator in any way would command respect. I made a bet with Qing Feng. He loses if I can kill that zombie monster, a younger boy said. I don't care how horrifying the monster is, I want to beat it first. Fang Qi looked at the group of people in front of him and covered his forehead in exasperation. Should I put up a no minors sign outside? You have a point. The long-faced man chimed in, I made a bet with Qing Feng too. If I kill a zombie, he'll give me his icy star sword. None of them cared much about money, so they walked in and sat down, ready to play the game. Song Qing Feng and the others, on the other hand, sat behind them as they helped their friends to start the game. As soon as they started playing, the realistic experience immediately attracted their attention. After watching the beginning animation, they finally understood what Song Qing Feng and the others meant by playing as the main character of a novel. They never imagined that they could be the main character. Qing Feng, why didn't you tell us something this good existed earlier? Their breathing became rapid since they had never played such an amazing game. They were quickly led into the mansion. The creepy environment, along with the dimmed lights, gave the mansion an oppressive ambience. Soon, they both encountered the first zombie. Since the players could only see the zombie's back, most first-timers would assume that it was a survivor. Therefore, they both walked up to the zombie, wanting to obtain information about this mansion. To both their surprises, a horrific, disgusting, rotten face appeared before them. Then, it charged up to them. Ah! Two shrieks immediately echoed within Fang Qi Internet Cafe. Although Song Qing Feng warned them about how gross the zombies looked, they were still left in shock. One of the players' arm was bitten, and he ran away. The other was left unharmed but was still dumbstruck by what he saw. Ping is out. Lin Xiao, who sat behind the younger boy, laughed upon seeing what happened. Then, the other young man ran back into the lobby and realized that his other teammates, who used to be there, had disappeared. Suddenly, he noticed a scratch, not too big or too small, on his arm. The wound was already turning black. Anyone who had eyes could see that it wasn't just an ordinary injury. I guess Li Xi's out as well. Su Luo burst out in laughter upon seeing that his friends lost less than 15 minutes into the game. They were even worse than him this morning. He pointed at them and said, we already told you that the zombies' claws are poisonous, how can you still be so reckless? They both looked down, looking dejected. We didn't know that the monsters you were talking about used to be humans. The long-faced young man's name was Li Xi. Since his character wasn't so heavily injured, he said with determination, even if I die, I'm going to make that monster die with me. Then, he raised his hand and charged towards the zombie. Because he went all out and wasn't scared of infections, he quickly beat the zombie up until it fell to the ground. Then, he clapped his hands proudly and said, "The monster only knows how to sneak attack, it's not as scary as you said it was, Qing Feng." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and Su Luo looked at each other and smiled. If the player didn't destroy the zombie's head, it would come back to life and go berserk. That was the most horrifying part. As expected, the zombie quickly stood up from the floor, its body turned red, and its face became twisted. "What's happening?" Li Xi couldn't help but shriek in surprise. Soon, the exhausted Li Xi died under the claws of the zombie. Only then did he turn around and yell, "How is that possible? This thing is unkillable." "But, wasn't this game a little too hard? How can you make a bet with us on a monster that can't be killed? Don't the three of you know any better?" Li Xi said, a little unhappily. Lin Xiao looked at him arrogantly with his head high up in the air. "How can't it be killed? We killed quite a few." "You killed quite a few." Li Xi sneered, "I used the Li family's fingersword technique just now and smashed its chest. However, the monster didn't die." "Lin Xiao, why don't you tell me how you killed so many? Lin Xiao isn't the only one who killed quite a few zombies." Su Luo grinned, "I killed some too, and even Qing Feng," he pointed at Song Qing Feng, who was sitting next to him, and continued, "He killed more than 10. How is that possible?" Both Ping and Li Xi looked at their friends in shock. How did they kill so many monsters? The one they just encountered was so hard to fight off. Lin Xiao and Su Luo enjoyed their shock and slight admiration and smiled. "Of course it's possible. Why else do you think your ranking is so much lower than ours in today's examinations? How did the three of you kill so many zombies?" Li Xi asked them, "What's the key to success?" Upon seeing how anxious Li Xi looked, Lin Xiao and Su Luo smiled at each other and asked, "Of course there is a key to success. Do you want to know?" Li Xi's expression immediately filled with anticipation as he continued, "When we come tomorrow, of course I'm buying." Li Xi immediately said. Only then did Lin Xiao nod in satisfaction, proud to have gotten what he wanted. He smiled and said, "Smash its head! Smash its head!" Li Xi's eyes rolled around, and he asked, "That monster's weak spot is its head." Therefore, he immediately went back to the game and tried. To his surprise, the zombie no longer came back to life after its head was smashed. "How did you find this out?" Li Xi was filled with admiration. "I never even thought of this method." Faced with their friend's admiration, the three people in the back laughed arrogantly. A way to kill the monsters meant an extra layer of security when exploring this weird world. The two of them went back to playing and could barely stop. However, the two of them were such newbies that Song Qing Feng and the others felt like they played much better. Therefore, after watching Li Xi and Ping for a while, they became bored and turned their attention away from them, glancing around with interest. Lin Xiao suddenly saw Su Zixin sitting beside him and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "A girl is playing this as well." Then, he looked up into her screen as if he just discovered a new continent. "Qing Feng, Luo, come take a look." She chose Jill. What was even more shocking was that Jill, controlled by this girl, accidentally activated the trap inside the room as she pulled out her shotgun. Before anything happened to her, her teammate Barry Burton quickly kicked open the door and saved her from death. "What the f***ck, how do you have teammates who help you?" They were all surprised. They've been playing for a long time, but none of them had any teammates to help them. How does she already have a teammate? They had to admit that Resident Evil 1 was gentler to women. Not only was Jill given a gun at the very beginning, but she also had a device that could unlock doors and locks. Therefore, she could obtain a lot of bullets from all around the mansion. Moreover, her teammate Barry would occasionally come to help, so playing as Jill was slightly easier than playing as Chris. The only bad thing about Jill was that she had fewer health points, and later on in the game, she would die easier if she didn't pay attention. The other two froze upon seeing this scene as well. That's too awesome. Then, Lin Xiao immediately asked Su Zixin, Miss, could you please tell us how you picked this character? Su Zixin had never played such a fun game. Although it was indeed somewhat scary, at least she had teammates. Thanks to Barry, she quickly learned how to kill zombies and naturally progressed faster than Song Qingfeng and the others. She was lost in the game when she heard someone calling her. Upon turning around, she saw 3 men watching her from behind. Why would people watch me play a game? Why are they asking me how to pick this character? Are there other characters? Confused, she replied, it was the first option in the beginning. Isn't the first option Chris? The 3 of them were immediately dumbfounded. No, Su Zixin replied, my first option was Jill. What? Su Luo's face fell. Why was his first choice Chris, but her first choice Jill? Is it because we're men? Song Qingfeng asked as the 3 looked at each other, the other 2 just as speechless as he was. Maybe it really is because of that. It was normal for men to play male characters and women to play female characters, but why were women getting better treatment than men? I have no idea then, I'm going to go back to playing now. All 3 of them were interested to see a player using Jill. Therefore, they began watching Su Zixin as she played. Miss, there's ammunition below that table. That drawer, there's a clue in that drawer. There's a key there. Thanks to the guy's hints, Su Zixin found countless treasures here and there, causing her to have good impressions of the 3 of them. I didn't expect that the 3 of you would know so much, she said. Of course. Qingfeng has already passed many levels. That's impressive, Su Zixin replied and nodded. She was liking the game more and more. Not only was it fun, but it also helped her train. She had a feeling that if she kept playing, she would soon reach a breakthrough. Pleased with the fact that they could help out new players, Song Qingfeng and the others felt like powerful senior warriors. At that time, a voice suddenly came from the other side, Qingfeng, come see what the shop owner is fighting against. It's different from the monsters we've been fighting with. The owner. Upon hearing this voice, they realized that although the owner played all day as well, they've never gone to see him in action. How well does he play? At this thought, everyone turned around to glance at Fang Qi's screen. It was better if they didn't because what they saw was horrifying beyond words. Song Qingfeng saw a horrendous-looking, mutated, half-human monster with scales all over its body. It also had long and sharp claws. What is that? He originally thought that zombies alone were terrifying enough. Who knew that there would be other monsters? This monster was so much scarier than the zombies. Didn't Qingfeng say that the strongest monster in the game was the zombie dog? What's this? That 13 or 14-year-old young boy pointed at Fang Qi's screen and asked in befuddlement. Don't speak. Song Qingfeng's expression changed drastically upon seeing what was on Fang Qi's screen. Have they been playing the same game? His face dimmed, he could tell just by looking at the screen that this monster wasn't easy to kill. Then, they quickly noticed that all Fang Qi had in his hand was a dagger. Upon seeing this, Song Qingfeng and the others all froze. Why would he only use a dagger? Fang Qi character bent down and concentrated all his attention on the monster in front of him. One couldn't rush when fighting a hunter position, dodging, and attacking were important. Although daggers were capable of gravely injuring hunters, it was still extremely difficult to kill them with just a dagger. Fang Qi familiarized himself with the hunter's techniques through numerous battles. This way, he soon understood its most frequent attacks, giving himself a higher probability of killing it. Qingfeng. Lin Xiao shouted, don't tell me that we have to fight monsters like this in the future. That's a possibility. Let's watch how the owner plays. Song King Feng's expression grew even gloomier, feeling the hairs stand up on his arms. The scale-covered monster looked scarier by the second. It looked like a tailless dinosaur that was standing up, emitting a dangerous aura. It looked like an experienced and brutal predator, icily glaring at the target in front of it. Ordinary zombies were powerful enough, and zombie dogs were also seen as a nightmare to these people. None of them dared to be reckless when faced with these monsters. They all thought the scariest monsters in the mansion were the zombies or zombie dogs, but there were also monsters like the one in front of him. In Song King Feng's point of view, this wasn't a monster that could be defeated with a dagger. However, that was exactly what Fang Qi was doing right now. All he wanted to know right now was how Fang Qi was going to kill that thing. Suddenly, the hunter jumped up into the air, and its giant body blew up a gust of wind, landing in front of Fang Qi in the blink of an eye. "It's so fast," the people behind Fang Qi exclaimed. "Does it only appear to be strong but is actually weak?" No. The hunter's speed and the wind it swept up alone embodied extreme power. Plus, those thick claws made the others wonder what would happen if the player was scratched by them. Would they be cut into halves almost immediately? Everyone stopped breathing as they watched the scene unfold in front of them. Suddenly, Fang Qi moved as well. His center of gravity was already low to begin with. Then, he suddenly bent down even lower. The others watched as he pierced his sharp dagger upward as hard as he could. It was such an ingenious strike, the hunter seemed to have fallen into the path of his dagger. When the two clashed together, the dagger easily split the monster's stomach open. After this exchange, Fang Qi successfully injured the hunter. However, the hunter wasn't so easy to kill. Without thinking, Fang Qi rolled off to the side. He stood in a position that he spent a long time choosing. When he was fighting the hunter just now, he was standing near the door of a side foyer. The corridors in the mansion were extremely narrow, so much so that the hunter's big and tall body could fill up an entire hallway. Therefore, fighting in the hall was extremely disadvantageous to him. Then, Fang Qi somersaulted onto the side foyer. The hunter's injuries began to bleed, obviously provoking its ferocious urge to kill. Upon seeing Fang Qi going into the side foyer, it followed closely behind. Scratching, pouncing, tearing, and biting were the natural instincts of the hunter. Everyone was absorbed in the fight as they watched intently, no one daring to make a single noise. After countless years, this had become its most refined method of chasing down prey. It was simple, swift, and effective. However, Fang Qi had battled the hunter for so long that he had gotten used to its attack patterns. The hunter charged up to Fang Qi, trying to grab him with its strong claws. If he was caught by the hunter's muscular arms, the hunter would bite off his neck in the blink of an eye. Yet, countless battles and intense practice helped Fang Qi remember all of the hunter's attacks. Moreover, he was now so familiar with its attacks that he could predict them before they even happened. Granted that the hunter's speed was fast, it lacked the agility of the licker, which was beyond a human's reaction speed. Thanks to practice, he perfectly predicted how and where the hunter was going to attack him from and thus swiftly moved off to the side, avoiding its claws. The spacious side foyer gave him enough room to circumvent the hunter's face-to-face attacks. Approaching from behind was the most advantageous position for a hunter, whose body was massively built. Before it had the chance to attack Fang Qi from behind, Fang Qi circled behind it and immediately choked its neck. Then, as if he had practiced his next move a million times, the dagger was accurately stabbed into its forehead. Pish! Fresh red blood flowed out of the hunter's head along with brain matter. The hunter, who was in extreme pain, began struggling so hard that it threw Fang Qi across the room. Bang! Fang Qi's body hit the wall so hard that he left a crack on it. Everyone's hearts sank as they saw this scene in front of them. A monster with strength of this magnitude had surpassed the capabilities of a human body by too much. Just now, it threw the player onto the wall while it was struggling. If it was attacking normally, what would the results be? The answer was clear: the player would die for sure. Being smashed onto the wall like that made Fang Qi dizzy, and his entire body became numb. The hunter, on the other hand, headed over to him again. It walked up to Fang Qi step by step. Then, it raised its giant claws up into the air and thrashed down. No! The hearts of those people who were standing behind Fang Qi sank. This monster was too strong. It didn't die even after it was stabbed in the brain. They all thought that Fang Qi was going to die, no matter how good he was at this game. However, the unexpected happened. Fang Qi suddenly jumped up. Just before its claws touched him, he dodged it. At the same time, he pushed his long black dagger right into the hunter's throat. The hunter's claws landed on the wall that Fang Qi was lying against just now, smashing it into pieces. However, its muddy pupils finally dimmed. Its giant body crashed onto the floor as if nothing was supporting it. It died. Everyone looked at Fang Qi's screen in disbelief. They were so shocked that they all gasped in unison. It was such a horrific monster, but Fang Qi stabbed its 3 vital points. The hunter didn't even get to unleash all of its power before going down. It was killed with 3 deadly stabs, and Fang Qi barely had any injuries on his body. How is that possible? By choosing Chris, the player would not be able to use the Qi of a warrior. Therefore, if he wanted to kill these monsters, he had no choice but to use his own combat skills. Every stab was calculated precisely. Although his body was weak when compared to the hunters, he was able to kill the monster easily through clever tactics. He didn't even have to use martial techniques. It was unbelievable. This was another form of combat. It was a delightfully stimulating battle that was as exciting to the player as it was to the audience. Just now, the new players thought that Song Qingfeng, who figured out the zombies' weakness and killed more than a dozen of them, was a genius. Now, Fang Qi was a god in their eyes. Of course, Fang Qi had his plans when he used the dagger to fight the hunter. Daggers were known as survival knives in the game. It was a close-range combat weapon, and it had an unwavering status in melee combat. It had a limited range of attack and was weak in killing. Therefore, not many players used it as a main weapon. Rather, it was something that players relied on when they had no other options. It was a way for them to show their bravery when their surroundings were beyond dangerous, and they had no ammo. Yet, daggers also had advantages that other weapons just didn't. There were no limits to times of use. It was simple, convenient, and didn't attract enemy attention. Moreover, daggers were extremely deadly to hunters and zombie dogs. With a shotgun, the player had to fire about 4 shots to kill the monsters. With a dagger, however, the player only had to stab 5 to 6 times to kill them. It meant that daggers were almost as harmful to hunters and zombie dogs as shotguns were. The main character in Resident Evil 2, Leon S. Kennedy, once said that, under certain circumstances, knives can be more reliable than guns. Chris was highly skilled in the use of daggers, and in the beginning, Fang Qi wasn't familiar with how to use it. But he had been trying to pass this level for a few days now, so he had been practicing his dagger skills like crazy. These 3 godlike stabs contained all the experiences he gained through countless battles with the hunter along with a speck of luck. There are monsters as powerful as this one later in the game. Su Zixin looked at the screen in front of Fang Qi in surprise. How did he defeat this monster without martial techniques? She thought that the owner was just an ordinary man, but that didn't seem like the case. Someone capable of opening up a shop like this was not ordinary at all. Sir, what was that monster? Song Qingfeng suppressed the shock in his heart and asked with a straight face, was that the leader of those zombies? Did it cause the human-eating incident? Leader. Fang Qi smiled slightly. Just as he turned around a corner, another hunter jumped out. F***ck. The few of them were immediately dumbstruck. What is going on? Is that another leader? Are these monster brothers controlling this mansion? After he defeated the first hunter and was left unharmed, Fang Qi became more confident than ever. This time, he took significantly longer to kill the hunter, but the situation wasn't as dangerous. After a while, he finally defeated the second hunter. Upon seeing that the hunter didn't pose such a big threat to Fang Qi, everyone sighed in relief. These are probably the strongest monsters in the mansion, right? Nothing scarier will pop out, right? As these thoughts entered their minds, they saw Fang Qi character pass a corridor, where another hunter jumped out. Another one? What is happening? Moreover, they noticed that Fang Qi was no longer in the mansion. Rather, he was walking on a stone pathway. Is he close to the monster's nest? A hint of disbelief crept up into their heads. Are there scarier monsters down the road? What Fang Qi said next confirmed their speculations. After a while, hunters will be no more than small critters. Small critters? Did you just say that hunters are just small critters? Although the word critter didn't exist in this world, everyone still understood what it meant. Fang Qi said it so calmly and casually that it seemed like he really did think hunters were just critters. However, were they really? They seemed so powerful. Wait. Sir, are you saying that the mansion is filled with monsters like these? Song Qingfeng couldn't accept this. If hunters were just critters, then the zombies they fought were probably harmless compared to what they were going to encounter down the road. No wonder the owner didn't care about their gaming progresses. Their limited scope was nothing compared to what Fang Qi had experienced. They all felt so embarrassed that their faces turned red, but... Can we learn how to kill hunters from the owner? Perhaps they would be able to kill those monsters with daggers as well. At this thought, they turned their attention back to Fang Qi's screen. Sir, does that mean two monsters like this will appear at the same time? Lin Xiao asked, sending everyone into despair. Two monsters. Fang Qi repeated as he took out a silver revolver from his backpack. The others noticed that its muzzle was almost double the size of handguns, and the barrel was significantly longer than regular handguns as well. The icy gun didn't hold back, showing everyone how extraordinary it was. My magnum isn't one to reason. Fang Qi smiled and pulled the trigger just as the hunter was about to pounce on him. Bang! The hunter was immediately thrown back as a bloody hole was punctured into its body. It was a frightening scene. Before the hunter could crawl up from the ground, Fang Qi shot at it again. Only then did the hunter die on the ground. This gun! Everyone looked at Fang Qi gun in jealousy. The gun killed the hunter before it could even defend itself. If this was in real life, they would want to steal this treasure from Fang Qi. Sir, what's this gun called? Magnum. Yes. This was the well-known Magnum from Resident Evil. Of course, when Fang Qi was young, these guns were merely called revolvers. Magnum revolvers were large-caliber pistols that used Magnum rounds. They performed like the Desert Eagles that Magnum Research produced. After firing 2 shots with his revolver, Fang Qi quickly put it back into his bag. Why did you put the gun away? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Why would Fang Qi risk himself by using the dagger when this gun was so powerful? I bet that the bullets are rare. Song Qingfeng frowned. When a player reached this point in the game, he or she was going to experience a bullet shortage. Song Qingfeng was right. Bullets were extremely rare, so the less he used, the better. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any unless he was in real danger. Therefore, they all shut their mouths and watched quietly from behind. As Fang Qi progressed further, he encountered monsters more frequently, scaring his audience behind him. Upon seeing hunters getting killed by Fang Qi one after another, the people watching became less scared and thought, the owner is so strong, he's not going to be in danger, right? Where did these monsters come from? At this moment, they all wanted to know who was behind this evil conspiracy, and what the main character's fate was going to be. To them, this entire game was a giant ball of mystery. Countless monsters lived in the mansion, and the bits and pieces of hints they left before they died had created something that was seemingly impossible to solve. They watched as Fang Qi utilized his immense power and strength to save one missing teammate after another, complete task after task, and get deeper into the story. Everyone felt like their blood was boiling with excitement. Fang Qi was a hero. It was such a pleasure to solve all mysteries and break through all obstacles, shattering the conspiracy into pieces. Soon, I'm going to save all my teammates and crush these enemies. The people watching behind Fang Qi thought to themselves as they experienced a surge of emotions. They really wished that they were the one playing right now. They all thought that the search was about to end since Fang Qi was really far into the game. This made them all watch with anticipation. They wanted to know what the plot behind Resident Evil was. Furthermore, they wanted to know what the main characters and his teammates' endings were going to be. What level is the owner at? Lin Xiao asked quietly. Probably around level 10. Su Luo thought about it. He was level 5, so the owner had to be quite a few levels higher than he was. I think he's higher than that. Song Qingfeng shook his head and said, he should be higher than level 10. Look, why did the owner pull out his gun? They saw Fang Qi pausing for a second before taking out his gun from his backpack. What is the owner trying to do? All hunters could be slaughtered by Fang Qi using a dagger, so why would he use his gun all of a sudden? What else in this mansion was capable of threatening him? Zombie? Zombie dog? Of course not. Is he approaching the mastermind who is behind all of this? This mansion was filled with monsters and traps. Although countless obstacles stopped Fang Qi from finding out the conspiracy, they all had a feeling that they were approaching the truth. In the beginning, all the player had to do was to explore the area and conduct simple search and rescue, something that was basic and easy to understand. Therefore, even people like Song Qingfeng could quickly immerse themselves into the game. As the adventure continued, the player would begin to ask the following questions: who designed this mansion? Where did these monsters come from? Why do they exist? What does the title, Resident Evil, mean? No one in the audience had any clues. That was why they were so curious and eager to find out what the truth was. Their breathing became rapid as Fang Qi seemingly became closer to finding out the mastermind behind the conspiracy. However, Fang Qi frowned as if he felt something and immediately stopped what he was doing. Then, he exited the game. Why would he exit the game at a time like this? Sir, you're not playing anymore. Everyone looked at him, dumbstruck. How could he stop playing at this moment? He got them so riled up already. No. Fang Qi shook his head. From his expression, they could all tell that he was exhausted. He pointed at the lower right corner of his screen and said, "It's almost closing time." It seemed like he had to close on time and stop playing when business hours ended. In addition, he slept late last night and played the entire day today. It was too much for his body to handle at once. He was only at the peak of the body forging realm. Even warriors with higher levels would feel tired after battling for an extended period of time. The good thing was that he was just playing a game. If this were in real life, battling warriors who were significantly more powerful than he was at this intensity would have caused him to collapse several times already. Fang Qi knew that he wasn't at his peak no more, and that was why he drew out his gun just now. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill another hunter, let alone the final boss. Fang Qi sighed. It seemed like the game was still energy-consuming. Closing. Everyone felt speechless upon hearing this. Already. Fang Qi pointed at the blackboard. Business hours are from 8 a.m. to midnight. It is 12 already. They glanced at the time on the computer screen and found that it really was midnight. Why did time pass by so fast? You can't keep the shop open a while longer, one of them asked. The truth was, the system didn't set up strict business hours. However, Fang Qi really wanted to end the day. He shook his head while pointing at the blackboard and saying emotionlessly, "The rules are clearly written there, the shop closes at midnight." Li Xi and the others were unhappy about this. Sir, there are so many people here. Can't we play for a little longer? Play. Fang Qi glanced at them and knew that they were from prestigious families by their temperament and attires. Do you usually play past midnight? Aren't you afraid that your families will file missing people reports with the city guards? At this, their expressions changed. Oh my gosh, do you think the curfew started in Zhuhua already? Darn it, darn it. Wang Tai stomped his feet and said, does this mean that I can't leave? Sir. They looked at Fang Qi dejectedly, we can't even leave this place now. Please show mercy and let us stay the night, will you? Fang Qi was speechless. Do these miners want to pull an all-nighter at my shop? Unfortunately, this internet cafe does not provide overnight services. He insisted, you all look rich and are obviously not from ordinary families. At worst, you'll have to pay the city guards a fine. Fatty, you can sleep upstairs. Su Zixin just saw Fang Qi overcoming countless traps and learned his methods. He is closing the shop just as I'm about to try them out myself? She couldn't help but look at Fang Qi with blame in her eyes. We watched you play for a really long time and barely played ourselves. Can't you let us play for just a little bit longer? Fang Qi's face immediately darkened as he said, I didn't accuse you of watching me and stealing my techniques, so why are you blaming me? Su Zixin was so furious that she stuck out her long, pearly index finger and said, just for 1 more hour. Fang Qi replied, wait until the shop reopens in the morning. You really want to do things the hard way, don't you? Li Xi got mad. Song Qingfeng stopped him. Xi. Song Qingfeng only felt like this shop was mysterious before, but he now knew that they shouldn't mess with Fang Qi after watching him play. You shouldn't act rashly. Song Qingfeng continued, also, feel your own strength. Strength? Li Xi and the other newcomers froze for a second upon hearing what he said. Then, they sensed that their strengths had increased dramatically. What's going on? Their faces went from surprise to complete shock. Song Qingfeng glanced at Fang Qi and said, I think the owner should explain this. Virtual reality. Fang Qi knew this would happen, so he immediately pointed at his computer screen and said, your levels will go up when you are playing the game. When that happens, your own strengths will increase a little as well. Then, he paused for a second before saying, but because it's a virtual world, you can start over after you die. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. It was already awesome enough that they could start over after dying. This game can also increase my strength? But if you're in combat for too long and are too mentally stressed, it will be harmful to your bodies in real life, Fang Qi said from his own experience. The rules in my shop aren't set for no reason. Fine. Su Zixin looked at Fang Qi bitterly before finally compromising. Then, she reluctantly left the shop. We should go too, Song Qingfeng also said reluctantly. Li Xi and the others knew that they had no other choice. Let's go, let's go. Li Xi dropped his head and sighed as he consoled himself, it's just one night, time will pass by quickly. This game is so exciting, I can't stop playing it. Li Xi said to his friends after the group of young men left Fang Qi's shop. It sure is, Lin Xiao replied in elation. I never would have imagined that a game like this existed. Oh, right. Ping, where did you get to? Did you see the zombie dog? Someone said, and the people in the group turned their attention to the youngest boy. This boy nodded and replied, I did. While playing the game, Ping was horrified, but he also felt a little excited. As the young master of a rich family, he would probably wet his pants if he were surrounded by zombies like the ones in the game. But it was different in the game. Although he experienced the terror of the monsters, he didn't have to be scared. Killed a few, he added, admiring his own courage just now. This is how a warrior should behave. He thought. Not bad. Lin Xiao burst out laughing, forgetting that he was so scared by the zombie the first time that his face turned green and he almost threw up. I think the monsters the owner was killing were so much scarier, they chatted as they walked forward. I think they're called hunters, right? They're so powerful. Zombies just look scary, but their strength is nothing compared to the hunters. Oh, and zombies used to be humans. Song Qingfeng suddenly remembered that once, he was bitten by a zombie and became one himself. I wonder what hunters used to be, he murmured. I'm not interested in any of that, I'm just jealous of that girl, Su Luo complained. It's so unfair. Do you remember that shotgun? How many times did we fall dead at that trap? We all tried everything we could but couldn't even obtain one. Look at her, when she fell into that trap, her teammate saved her, and she got the gun. If we get that weapon along with the owner's magnum, I think we'll be able to survive later on in the game as well. I think so too. That gun isn't unattainable. Song Qingfeng rubbed his chin as sparks of wisdom appeared in his eyes. I thought it was just a trap, waiting for us to step into. But now it seems like Jill overcame that trap because she was saved. We can somehow defeat that trap too, right? They continued talking amongst themselves. They used to discuss martial arts before, but somehow, all they talked about was Resident Evil now. Back at the internet cafe, Fang Qi quickly cleaned the place up thanks to the help of Wang Tai. Qi, will I be able to get the shotgun as well? After cleaning up, Wang Tai thought of the gun again and decided to ask since everyone else was gone. Of course, Fang Qi said. Playing as Jill is slightly easier, but the difference isn't that big. He didn't want to spoil the plot, but he was in a good mood and decided to give the fatty some pointers. Upon hearing what he said, Wang Tai's eyes lit up in delight. I got it. You're saying that if I find a broken shotgun in the mansion and replace it with the good one, I won't trigger the trap. He clapped and commented, it is such a good idea. How did you think of it? I didn't, Fang Qi smiled and replied. Something called a walkthrough did. Walkthrough? Wang Tai was confused. Yunshan Tavern, taverns like this one existed all over Zhuhua City. Yunshan Tavern wasn't famous, but its prices were extremely reasonable. Most warriors enjoyed the occasional drinks, so they often invited their friends to enjoy a cup or two at this tavern while discussing events happening around the world. It was a popular form of entertainment here in Zhuhua. Naturally, warriors like Liang Shi, who weren't a part of any forces but were powerful, had a few like-minded friends. Shi, come, drink. They drank cups of wine, one after another, demonstrating their warrior-like personalities. I wonder if anything big has happened in Zhuhua City recently. A 40 or so years old man, who had a goatee and carried a long sword on his back, laughed aloud. My metal chopping sword is becoming rusty. Haha, you're right. Another man with sideburns chimed in, Brother Liang, did you call us over today because you're in trouble? Or is it because you have a job for us? Then, the same man patted his chest and declared, tell me what kind of trouble you're in. We're all brothers, so you don't have to be so polite. Liang Shi made another toast to them before he replied with a smile, you have mistaken, my brothers. I called the two of you here today to inform you of some news. Is it something good? It is. Then, he began explaining Resident Evil to them. As soon as the people around them heard Liang Shi say that it was something good, they began eavesdropping and listening to him intently. Resident Evil. A game? You enter another world. No one, including the eavesdroppers, understood what Liang Shi was talking about. The more he tried to explain, the more confused they got. It's like a world that exists in novels. I hear what you're saying, but no matter how real these things seem, they're bound to be fake, the middle-aged man with a goatee said. What you said made me curious, but neither of us are at a game-playing age anymore. Upon hearing this, Liang Shi shook his head. This isn't just a fun game. I can't really explain the full benefits of it right now, but let's go try. I'm headed there right now, would you like to come with me? But his friends began to hesitate. They would go with him to do anything else, but to play games? How absurd! Please don't take me wrong, Liang Shi explained upon seeing their hesitation. I admit that this game is good, but it's extremely beneficial to a warrior's qi and fighting skills. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have recommended it to the two of you. Sure. After some thought, they nodded their heads. However, the man with the goatee added, we don't have much to do, so we might as well go with you. But, allow us to make things clear, we will just go there to watch. Young people games might not suit us. Liang Shi repeatedly nodded before the three of them paid, got up, and left. It's so weird and mysterious. Upon seeing them leave, the eavesdropping warriors looked at each other and murmured, what are zombies, handguns, and Alpha Team? Should we go with them? The warriors glanced at each other. Let's go. Lingyun Academy was one of the 4 greatest academies in Dajin. Countless warriors and talented individuals gathered here to study, and numerous martial arts masters taught here. The academy's students are divided into 4 houses: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Newly admitted students were first placed into the Huang house. Then, they were divided into different classes according to their examination scores. Today was the first day of classes for new students. There were 40 students in Class A of the Huang house, and everyone in this class was among the top in the entrance examinations. They were the best of the best. Some students had already tempered their bodies and developed warrior qi, becoming real warriors. This class included Song Qingfeng. Being able to be in this class meant that he was a genius amongst geniuses, but he wasn't aware of that. During the break, the other students went to ask their mentors questions about training while Song Qingfeng and his friends sat back and began chit-chatting. Qingfeng, if we imitate Jill's technique and find a teammate who will guard outside, will we be able to overcome that trap? No. Song Qingfeng immediately invalidated this suggestion. I don't know if you two paid attention, Barry's gun looks similar to the shop owner's Magnum revolver but is more powerful. Regular teammates won't have weapons like that. The truth is, I found a young woman from Bravo team called Rebecca yesterday. She had a normal handgun, Song Qingfeng continued. If this gun can break the trap, I'll just do it myself. Why would I rely on others? Brother Song, you found a teammate already. Lin Xiao and Su Luo exclaimed, how did you find her? How is she compared to Barry? She's really gentle. Although she's not as strong as Barry, she can heal you when you're injured. She also knows where the zombie antidotes are hidden. Brother Song, why didn't you say anything earlier? The other's eyes emitted green light. A pretty girl was absolutely essential while adventure seeking. The herbs and medicines that they used for healing were scarce, let alone blood serums that cured zombie poison. I can't believe you hid this from us. Brother Song, tell me where I can find her. The 3 of them chatted enthusiastically while the other students in the room listened in confusion. Suddenly, a young man in a yellow robe walked up and bowed at Song Qingfeng. Brother Song, the academy is revealing the rankings of all its students soon, are you? Before he could even finish, 3 pairs of eyes glared at him. Not interested. The yellow-robed boy looked awkward. Those who were accepted into Lingyun Academy were all extremely outstanding individuals. If one could make it onto the Heaven, Earth, Xian, or Huang lists, he or she would not only become famous in the Jiangnan region, they would also be recognized by the academy. How come Song Qingfeng and the others are not interested in it? He was in disbelief. What are zombies and hunters? Everyone understood the definition of these words, but no one knew what these words meant in this context. In addition to the yellow-robed young man, the others who wanted to be friends with Song Qingfeng all left in disappointment. They just couldn't join the group's conversation. Weird. Did something new happen in Zhuhua City that we don't know about? Students looked at each other, extremely curious as to what they were talking about. Shotguns and Bravo team were all words they've never heard of. The more they thought about it, the more interested they became. Someone declared, later on, I'm going to investigate and see if anything new happened in Zhuhua City. Maybe later. Su Zixin shook her head. Hey, Zixin. Don't you like that novel? Su Zixin smiled. In the past, she would have run over to buy it as soon as the novel came out, but now, to her, nothing could compare with Resident Evil. Moreover, novels were just for entertainment, and she would only read them during her days off. She had to focus on improving her fighting skills. By playing Resident Evil, she could train and be entertained at the same time. If you want to read it, you should go buy it. I found something more interesting yesterday. Something more interesting. The green-dressed girl tilted her head and looked at her. What's that? Su Zixin pointed in front of her. We're here. Only then did the other girl realize that it was a small shop. But the shop wasn't open yet. Upon seeing this, Su Zixin's face turned grim. Didn't the owner say opening time is 8 a.m.? It was already 9 a.m., and the shop hadn't opened yet. Moreover, she also saw a bunch of people waiting outside the door. One of them was the tall, beefy warrior who gave her hints yesterday. She pointed at the door and asked, "Why isn't this shop open yet?" Liang Shi smiled bitterly. "I don't know either, it was like this when I got here." "What rotten luck!" The man with sideburns placed his hands on his waist. "I think we should just split this shop up with an axe." "Brother Wu, don't be so rash." Liang Shi immediately pulled his friend back. Wu Shan had a hot temper, so Liang Shi was truly scared that he would smash this shop. Indeed, the shop hadn't opened yet because Fang Qi just got out of bed. He shook his dizzy head back and forth before looking around his room. "Hey, where's Fatty? I think I heard him say." He suddenly remembered that around 8 a.m., Wang Tai woke him up to tell him that he was going to Lingyun Academy. After hearing that, Fang Qi went straight back to sleep. After a short snooze, he looked at the clock and realized that it was almost 9 a.m. He quickly put on his clothes, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. It took him 20 minutes to get ready. Only then did he go downstairs and unlock the door of his internet cafe. When he did, he saw a few grim faces staring at him. Fang Qi took a few seconds to figure out what was going on. "Why are you here, so early?" he asked the 5 people outside his shop. "Early?" Everyone's faces darkened even more. "Are you the owner of this shop?" The middle-aged man with sideburns took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fang Qi. His eyes were squinted, and he was emitting dangerous energies. "I am," Fang Qi replied in a confused manner. "I didn't offend this person, why is he looking at me with such animosity?" "Brother Wu, let's play the game first." "Let's play the game first." Liang Shi quickly pulled him back and explained, "My brother, Wu Shan, has a hot temper, so please don't get mad at him, shop owner. Let's go inside." "You opened really late today," Su Zixin said as she was a little unhappy, but Fang Qi only shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I was too tired yesterday." "What's so good about this shop?" "We waited outside for half an hour," the girl in green who came with Su Zixin complained. Just then, Liang Shi and Su Zixin's eyes lit up upon seeing the inside of the shop. Originally, they were worried that there wouldn't be enough computers for everyone to play on, but there were 11 computers in the shop, all placed in an orderly fashion. "There are so many!" Su Zixin yelled in surprise. "I got some last night," Fang Qi replied. He wasn't going to tell the others that his system performed another upgrade on his internet cafe last night. "No wonder you opened late today." The people outside the door finally understood why Fang Qi overslept and didn't blame him anymore. Liang Shi even apologized to Fang Qi, "I'm really sorry, you got so many, computers. It must have taken a long time and some hard work. It was obvious that he was still unfamiliar with the word computer. Fang Qi wasn't tired because his system was in charge of everything. But upon hearing what Liang Shi said, he had no choice but to nod. It's fine. Then, Liang Shi and Su Zixin both sat down and opened Resident Evil. Zixin, go ahead and play first, the girl who came with Su Zixin said in disappointment. Her anticipation immediately disappeared upon seeing how small this shop was. The two men behind Liang Shi also said, we'll watch first as well. Maybe it's just a method of deception. Brother Liang, you shouldn't let yourself be tricked. A man in a stylish, dark purple robe followed a man in black all the way to Fang Qi Internet Cafe. Are you sure Zixin would come to a place like this? This man with the extremely handsome face asked. Young Master Xuet, I swear it's true. The man in black said in a low voice, my people saw her with their own eyes. Why would Zixin come here by herself rather than practice her skills at Ling Yun Academy? I don't know about that, the man in black replied awkwardly. The handsome man opened the door and walked in. As expected, he saw Su Zixin sitting on the seat closest to him. Then, he took out a delicate box from his inside pocket and walked up to her. He cleared his throat before calling out her name, Zixin. No response. He called her again, Zixin. Only then did Su Zixin hear someone calling her. She turned around, but her expression changed immediately upon seeing that it was him. Why are you here? Why are you at a place like this? Oh, and why didn't you tell me that you left the martial arts tower? The handsome man replied awkwardly upon hearing her question, but he still handed her the little box in his hand. This is a Tianxin elixir, it's extremely good for your warrior qi. I wanted to give you one as soon as I got them yesterday. I'm not obligated to tell you when I leave the martial arts tower and where I go afterwards, Su Zixin replied. This man followed her everywhere, like a fly. Upon hearing this, the handsome man's face became even more awkward. I'm worried about you. The handsome man was obviously agitated as he pointed around the room. Look at all these people here. How can I let you stay at a broken-down shop like this? What does this place even do? What are you calling broken down for? Xueming, let me tell you. You don't have the right to boss me around just because our families are close. Su Zixin's face darkened. If it weren't for this shop, she would have never broken through. Leave, now. Xueming froze for a second, not sure why Su Zixin was kicking him out like that. Although her temper wasn't good, she never treated him like this. Zixin, but... You really shouldn't call me Zixin, leave. Oh, and I can't accept something as costly as a Tianxin elixir, you should save it for yourself. Forget it, Zixin. Why would you get mad at a man like him, the girl beside Su Zixin said. Just ignore him. Only then did Su Zixin snort and return to her seat. Then, she said to Fang Qi, Sir, please kick this person out. Xueming was completely dumbstruck. What is going on? Moreover, why is Shen Qingqing here as well? Fang Qi was confused as well. What on earth is happening? You're the owner of this shop. The handsome man finally noticed Fang Qi. Upon realizing that Su Zixin had asked the owner to kick him out, his expression darkened. This is a private matter between us, I suggest you stay out of it. Or else, your rundown, dingy shop will not exist for very long. You must be mistaken, Fang Qi said in all seriousness, I just have one thing to say. Our shop is actually very high-end, it's not rundown or dingy. Upon hearing this, the handsome man began laughing as if he just heard a funny joke. He looked at Fang Qi up and down and sneered, do you even know what high-end means? Then, he glanced at the blackboard by the door and added, do you think you're high-end just because you charge more? You're so ignorant. Although I don't know your definition of this word, Fang Qi said as he pointed at the computer behind him and said, "Back in my hometown, there's something called low-key luxury." Low-key luxury. Xueming carefully thought about the meaning behind these words. The vocabulary sounds new and interesting, but this is just a small shop in the corner of the city, isn't it? What is so special about this place? Why don't you tell me how this place is low-key luxurious then? Only then did the handsome man notice the screen in front of Su Zixin. What is she doing? Is she watching something? Instead of practicing her skills, she came here to watch this? He thought. She's not watching anything. Fang Qi replied, "She's playing a game." Playing? The handsome man looked at Fang Qi in confusion. Fang Qi laughed and asked, "What's Miss Su's relationship to you? Do you like her?" At the mention of this, the man straightened his back and said proudly, "My family and Zixin's family are close, and we both study at Lingyun Academy. We are a perfect match for each other." Fang Qi almost laughed. A girl like Su Zixin definitely had a lot of people pursuing her, and this man seemed to be one of them. Therefore, he patted the man's shoulder and said, "Young man, that's not how you pick up girls." Pick up girls? Xueming didn't understand what Fang Qi was talking about. "Anyways, you have to develop the same hobbies as her," Fang Qi said as he pointed at Su Zixin's monitor. "This?" Xueming snickered, "What's so good about this? There's a famous saying in my hometown, 'You're not a fish, so how can you understand its happiness?'" Fang Qi answered, "You're not her, so how do you know if she likes it or not?" Upon hearing this, Xueming thought about it for a while before exclaiming in his mind, "What a deep principle! Could the owner be an extraordinary individual? If you get her to admire you through her hobby, then her future is in your hands." Fang Qi saw Xueming thinking and decided to strike while the iron was hot. "You just failed to acknowledge her hobby and even criticized her. Anyone would be mad at that. Trying to pick up girls like that isn't going to work." Upon hearing this, Xueming's eyes lit up as he gave Fang Qi a thumb up. "Listening to you speak is equivalent to reading books for 10 years. What you say makes so much sense." Then, Fang Qi opened Resident Evil and put the virtual reality headset on Xueming. "Feel it for yourself. Of course, remember to pay." Resident Evil. The screen darkened. Suddenly, Xueming felt like everything around him was in such close proximity as if he could touch everything before him. He felt like he had entered the world on his screen. Unlike the world that he lived in right now, there were all sorts of weapons he had never seen before and horrific zombies he had never encountered before. Dangers were everywhere, immediately piquing his interest. He finally understood what Fang Qi meant by playing. "Is this really just a game? Didn't you already die several times? If you weren't playing a game, how did you come back to life?" "Right, right." Xueming nodded in excitement. "This is really a game." As a prestigious man of a wealthy family, he was fit to play games that no one else heard of or ever thought about. This really is a low-key luxury. Watch me kill everything here. Then, Zixin will fall in love with me for sure. Upon seeing Xueming's expression, Fang Qi couldn't help but shake his head. He's so easy to trick, but... Fang Qi touched his nose, "Playing this game isn't trickery, right?" Then, Fang Qi saw a couple of people sneaking around outside his shop. "Should we go in?" A warrior wearing a set of black armor said in a low voice, "They've been inside for so long and haven't come out yet. Should we go in as well?" Look, someone else went in. Soon, 6 more people came to the internet cafe. They were 4 young boys and 2 girls, all 16 or 17 years old. The young boy standing in the front said, "Song Qing Feng," and the others mentioned origins a couple of times. "I did some investigation, and this is the only shop with this name." They looked around at the people who were already sitting down. There was a screen in front of each customer, and the contents on the screens moved. It was extremely weird. What does this shop do? They watched for a while but still had no idea what this place did. This shop was different from any other shop they've been to. Confused, the group had no choice but to call the owner. I can use this virtual reality thing to experience the game for myself. Didn't the owner just say something about zombies and a biochemical crisis? I'm sure Song Qingfeng and the others were talking about this place. This is so cool. I'm going to start playing now. This game is awesome and exciting. However, not everyone was instantly addicted to the game. The two girls who came in with them weren't brave enough to play. The monsters in the game look really scary, you can't even kill them. We'll just watch for now. Wang Tai came early today, he wanted to try out the method Fang Qi taught him. Therefore, he ran over here as soon as classes ended. A while later, Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao, and Su Luo arrived as well. As soon as they walked in, they saw that there were extra computers in the internet cafe. The problem was, most of the spots were filled, and there were even two girls standing behind a group of young boys. Sir, Song Qingfeng immediately asked, why are there so many people today? Fang Qi had no idea what was going on either. He responded, I don't know, I was playing in the shop when all these people came in. Song Qingfeng paused for a second before bursting out in laughter. Sir, you're probably the only person who would run a business like this. The owner didn't tend to his shop, yet customers kept coming and filling it up to capacity. That seemed impossible. Yet, that was exactly what Song Qingfeng saw, leaving him at a loss for words. Shen Qingqing was watching Su Zixin play Resident Evil 1. Although Jill had gun skills, Su Zixin wasn't used to such a weapon. Two zombie dogs stood in front of her. In the original game, the main characters wouldn't experience infections after being injured by the zombies. In the virtual reality remake, however, the smallest injury would lead to a serious infection. The speed of infection depended on the severity of the injury. It meant that the players would need to find the blood serum before he or she could get hurt. The two zombie dogs were fast, and Su Zixin was obviously worried and scared of them. In addition, her gun skills weren't that good, and her shots weren't that accurate. Therefore, she ended up in a difficult situation. It's just two dogs. Zixin, why can't you defeat them? Shen Qingqing couldn't help but complain, I thought you said you are the main character in this world. Take a look at yourself, you don't look like the main character at all, and the battle is not exciting enough. On the other side of the shop, Liang Shi was fighting carefully as well, and Wu Shan began scolding him. This thing looks interesting. But brother Liang, if it were me, I would have chopped it in half with my axe a long time ago. Liang Shi felt awkward and explained, Brother Wu, this zombie's claws are poisonous, and I will turn into a monster like it if it touches me. They're extremely powerful and scary. It's so boring. Why do you have to be so careful when fighting small monsters? It's no fun. After a good night's sleep, Fang Qi killed a bunch of small monsters and was doing well overall. However, he still got injured while killing these monsters. On the screen, the medic, Rebecca, was tending to his character's injuries. That was why Fang Qi had the time to chat with Song Qingfeng and the others. Sir, can you give the spot to us? Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together and smiled. You should let us play. Brother Lin. Did you forget why we're here today? Before Fang Qi could answer, Song Qingfeng stopped him before saying to Fang Qi, Sir, go ahead and play. We'll watch you. Oh yeah. Lin Xiao came to his senses and said, Sir, we're still waiting for you to pass the level. You should play first. Fang Qi laughed, You're still waiting for that. Song Qingfeng replied, We want to see the plot. It's going to be a while for us to get to where you are, so we might as well watch you play first. Sure. Fang Qi couldn't help but laugh, he was surprised how interested they were in the plot. Fang Qi killed monsters as he explained to them the plot of Resident Evil 1. There were some things about Resident Evil 1 that were hard to explain to people in this era, but since they had played this game a couple of times now, they could easily digest the basic information. I guess you don't know what the biochemical crisis means, Fang Qi said as he took some documents out from his backpack, titled Researcher's Will. Then, he explained to them, you probably all found this document, it was written by some researchers, and there's a lot of new words such as biology and virus. Think of them as a life science that researches life forms. Upon hearing these unfamiliar words, they felt like they had just opened the doors of a brand new world. It's just a magical world. Hey, isn't that Song Qingfeng and his buddies? The two young girls saw the guys when they looked over. They're watching the owner play the game. The owner is really good. He kills zombies really easily. They said, plus, the zombies the owner killed don't come back to life. With Fang Qi current level, killing zombies was as simple as chopping up vegetables. All he needed to be careful of were hunters and chimeras. The more monsters he killed, the higher the level he obtained. At the same time, he also became more proficient with Chris's battle techniques. Lin Xiao saw the two girls as well and muttered under his breath, it's Xi Xiaoun. I think Xi Qi is here as well. Ignore them, Song Qingfeng said. The owner's shop is here, and they'll find out sooner or later. Fang Qi arrived at the last elevator. I'm about to fight the boss, he said as his character stretched in the elevator. Be boss, confused, Song Qingfeng and the others murmured. Boss is another name for the leader of the monsters, Fang Qi explained. That fast? They exclaimed, it has only been a few days, and you're already going to meet the person behind all of this. The person behind the conspiracy. Fang Qi couldn't help but laugh, I'm only halfway there. This incident is not that easy to solve. It was very time-consuming to solve the mysteries in Resident Evil 1, but it wasn't a problem for someone as skilled as Fang Qi. Compared to the other Resident Evil games, the first of the series wasn't complicated at all as it was a simple search and rescue mission. However, it contained a lot of other information on the biochemical virus, zombies, Umbrella's conspiracy, etc. It was extremely meaningful to the later Resident Evil games. Only when the mysteries in this puzzling mansion were figured out will another series of events occur. It was the curtain that unveiled the world stricken with a biohazard epidemic to all its players. This ancient mansion was where the domineering boss in Resident Evil, the Tyrant, was born. Fang Qi controlled Chris as the latter arrived in a research room filled with all sorts of equipment. This moment had finally come. Inside the research room, Albert Weskier was typing something quickly into the computer on the main operating station. Weskier. Confused, Song Qingfeng and his buddies looked at Fang Qi's screen with more focus. They were familiar with Alpha Team's captain, he helped guide them, provided them with ammunition, and even gave them hints along the way. He was the poster child for a good captain. Chris, I'm proud of you, Weskier obviously sensed Fang Qi presence, so he said as he kept inputting data into the computer. Fang Qi laughed as he shrugged. However, he didn't reply. He was already aware of the truth, so he didn't feel the need to say anything more to Weskier. Suddenly, Weskier quickly drew out his handgun and pointed it at Fang Qi. How is this possible? The man behind the conspiracy is Weskier. He has the power to create this many monsters. Is Umbrella the name of the evil organization? Song Qingfeng and the others were dumbstruck. They suddenly remembered that Alpha Team was here to investigate the case of missing people, and Weskier brought them into the mansion. If the man behind the conspiracy was Weskier, wasn't this a giant conspiracy from the very beginning? A huge conspiracy was hidden under such a simple plot. None of them realized it. They trembled with fear just thinking about it. They saw Weskier press a button beside him. Then, a monster behind him, originally soaking in a tank of green liquid, suddenly stood up. It was a tall, beefy human-shaped monster that was more than 2 meters tall. Its muscles were extremely tough, and its claws were even thicker and stronger than that of the hunters. The tips of its claws reflected an icy, metallic light. Its dominating presence gave everyone who was looking at the screen a sense of pressure. What in the world is this? None of them had seen a monster that was as scary as this one. The tyrant, the boss that you need to fight to pass the level, Fang Qi said as his expression became stern. Without question, the tyrant was the most domineering biochemical weapon in Resident Evil. It was the masterpiece of the ambitious conspirators. The tyrant that was behind Wesker suddenly opened its eyes and broke the reinforced glass in front of it into pieces with a wave of its claw, piercing through Wesker's body as well. Everyone was shocked by it as they watched fresh blood drip from its giant claws. What kind of monster is it? Soon, more people huddled around Fang Qi to watch. This monster seems more powerful than the monsters the others have been fighting. Tyrant? What a domineering name! Curious, Shen Qingqing's gaze fell on Fang Qi's screen as well. It looks like the ultimate antagonist. Tyrant? What an arrogant name! Wu Shan laughed as he came over, wanting to know who would give themselves such a pretentious name. However, when he saw the 2-meter-tall, sinister-looking tyrant on Fang Qi's screen, his heart almost stopped from fright. It was a horrific monster with zero consciousness. Wesker, died. Song Qingfeng exclaimed, dumbstruck by what he just saw. He died, just like that. Lin Xiao and the others were at a loss for words as well. They were all shocked by the fact that the villain died in the hands of this monster, just like that, giving them a sense of ineffable pressure. However, Fang Qi had no time to explain to them the plot of the game. Without thinking, he took out his shotgun. While the tyrant was killing Wesker, Fang Qi aimed at it and fired multiple shots. To Fang Qi's disappointment, only one shot hit the tyrant, who quickly used its giant claws to protect its heart. The powerful bullet only left a small mark on its claws. Covering its heart with its claws, the tyrant walked forward slowly. A shotgun was not enough to injure it. The tyrant in front of them was like a heavy tank that slowly approached its enemy. It didn't have to attack to make the player feel pressured. Normal handguns couldn't hurt the tyrant, and shotguns had to be fired in close proximity for it to be effective. Therefore, it was extremely dangerous to fight the tyrant with a shotgun. Fang Qi bent down and watched as it moved. At that moment, Fang Qi noticed that the tyrant raised its arm slightly. He rolled back instinctively and felt a strong wind breezing past his back. The place Fang Qi originally stood on was turned into shambles. The machines and equipment came crashing down, and claw marks were left deep into the metal surface. In the original game, the surroundings could not be destroyed. Therefore, the player could walk around the research lab to dodge the tyrant's attacks. However, in this version, the tyrant was able to smash the research lab in half with only one strike. A ton of green liquid fell onto the ground, making the glossy floor as wet and slippery as it could be. The player had no way of avoiding it. SSSSS. A series of gasps sounded behind Fang Qi. What a horrific attack! This attack is equivalent to that of a master warrior. That was just a casual attack. If it had more agility, master warriors wouldn't be able to defeat it either. He's fighting a monster who is equivalent to a master warrior? A bunch of people huddled behind Fang Qi. Even those who were playing themselves, including Su Zixin and Liang Shi, exited their game to watch Fang Qi play. He may have a powerful gun, but the owner is a bit overconfident, don't you think? They discussed. Imagine what would happen if that attack landed on the player instead of the equipment in the research lab. Fang Qi exhaled deeply. If he didn't avoid that attack fast enough, he would have instantly died. The tyrant was even more powerful than he imagined. It was tall and beefy. With one giant step, it caught up to Fang Qi and swung its claws at him again. Fang Qi didn't dare to relax. He quickly created distance between him and the tyrant before he pulled the trigger of his shotgun without even aiming. The shotgun's power wasn't that strong when the distance wasn't close. It wasn't even capable of stopping the tyrant for a second, allowing it to quickly catch up to Fang Qi. I'll have to kite it around. Fang Qi squinted his eyes as he experienced the tyrant's close combat skills. Therefore, he had no choice but to keep a safe distance from it, employing a kiting strategy so that he wouldn't get hurt. The tyrant in the original game would die after being kited around for a while by an experienced player. However, even though the virtual reality remake of the game made the tyrant bulkier, there were so many things it could do other than simple attacks. The tyrant put its claws in front of its heart as it slowly walked toward Fang Qi again. It may be better if they had more space, but there wasn't enough room for combat in the research lab. Therefore, the tyrant was going to force Fang Qi into a corner, sooner or later. The owner's in trouble. Song King Feng's eyes narrowed as he observed what was happening. This place is so small, there's nowhere to hide. Not even a real master warrior would fight this monster face to face like this. The owner is at a real disadvantage. This thing looks so powerful, only an idiot would fight it head-on. Lin Xiao chimed in. Wu Shan and that middle-aged man with the goatee had the most experience in the group. They looked at each other and shook their heads before saying, "It's too big. Fighting it in close combat would be equivalent to looking for death. Plus, if the player chooses Chris, he wouldn't be able to use his warrior chi. The owner is good at this game, but this last monster is too powerful." Everyone watching issued Fang Qi the death penalty. Just then, the tyrant slowly raised its giant claws. Chris would not be able to survive this strike, no matter how strong he was. Just as his life was hanging by a thread, Fang Qi took this opportunity to suddenly load his shotgun and run toward the tyrant. His actions shocked everyone. Wasn't he running to his death? Upon seeing Fang Qi run up to it, a blood-hungry expression appeared on the tyrant's face as it suddenly reached out its giant claws. Now's my chance. Fang Qi's eyes shone as he lowered his body, sliding straight between the tyrant's legs. Then, he swiftly turned around and fired his shotgun. Bam! 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 Fang Qi, who was now behind the tyrant, made multiple shots with his shotgun, each shot injuring the tyrant's vital spots. He avoided it. Everyone was surprised by how Fang Qi successfully pulled himself out of this stalemate in such a smart way. They knew that Fang Qi didn't rely on his warrior techniques. Rather, he waited for the right time, perfectly manipulating his enemy and utilizing the terrain to his advantage. In a nutshell, he was skilled. He had incredible combat skills. How is that possible? The owner is so freaking awesome. Yun, the owner is really good. He's much better than your brother, a young girl said quietly as she watched Fang Qi play. Zixin, why is the owner playing differently from you? Shen Qingqing suddenly said as she was now standing behind Fang Qi's seat out of nowhere. The owner is too good. Su Zixin's face was filled with admiration, she didn't think he was that good. What's so good about that? I can do it too. Upon hearing Su Zixin's praise, Xueming muttered under his breath. What do you know? Su Zixin rolled her eyes at Xueming. If you choose Chris, you won't be able to use your warrior chi. Do you have the guts to give it a go without your chi? You can't use chi. Dumbstruck, Xueming stared at Fang Qi's screen. Can an ordinary person go this far in the game? Although a gun was available, no matter how fast a normal person's reaction speed was, he or she wouldn't be able to survive a fight with an opponent of this speed, power, and level. Without precise calculations, the player would die almost instantly upon encountering the tyrant. What do you think? Su Zixin finally retorted angrily. I am extremely talented, I will reach this level soon. Xueming immediately said confidently. Keep tooting your own horn. Just then, someone cried out in alarm. They saw the tyrant kneeling onto the ground, but the injuries on its body were writhing non-stop. What's going on? It was obvious that Fang Qi attack brought upon changes to the tyrant. This change shocked everyone as they felt like their hearts were hanging at their throats again. It's not dead yet. How could it still be alive after being shot by the shotgun? This monster sure is filled with vigor. It was horrific. Upon seeing the tyrant's current conditions, a bad feeling crept up their minds. Fang Qi knew what the tyrant's changes meant. Second form. In the original game, the tyrant would only evolve to the second form after being hit until it faked its death. Fang Qi wanted to try to explode its head when it faked death, but now he had no choice but to get closer and try his best to kill it. He fired a couple of shots and realized that the injuries on the tyrant's body writhed even more. Meat sprouts even grew on its injuries. Under such circumstances, the tyrant's defense and recovery powers became stronger than ever. Without hesitation, Fang Qi used up all his bullets but still couldn't injure it, let alone kill it. The system not only made the game more realistic, it also made the monsters more powerful as well. There weren't obvious loopholes that Fang Qi could take advantage of. With a grim expression on his face, Fang Qi knew from the beginning that the tyrant was going to be hard to kill. With his current powers and weapons, he wouldn't be able to kill it before it transformed into its second form. Run away. Right now, he could only run away. Without hesitation, Fang Qi quickly ran out of the research lab. Once it evolved, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Are you not fighting it anymore? The others watched as Fang Qi and his teammates ran out like crazy. They weren't about to stop. Just then, an eardrum-shattering howl sounded. The howl was so loud that the ground shook, surprising everyone who was watching Fang Qi. They underestimated the tyrant. Then, a series of hurried, heavy footsteps sounded from behind. The tyrant had caught up to Fang Qi. This time, its speed was faster than ever. Hurry up and go. Fang Qi's face darkened as he urged his teammates toward the elevator. This wasn't the original game, so the tyrant's actions were closer to reality. It could do so much more. Everyone in the game was a member of the Special Forces, so no one was a burden. They all rushed into the elevator, and it quickly began to move. The tyrant was located on the 4th level of the basement, so the group quickly got to the ground level using this elevator. Look at what the owner is doing. Fang Qi took out a small box and pressed the yellow button on it. Quickly, a signal flare soared into the sky. This was supposed to be triggered automatically, but Fang Qi had to do it himself in the virtual reality remake. He was well prepared, so all of his actions were swift and natural without a speck of hesitation. It was as if he knew that he couldn't waste any time. At the same time, the ground below Fang Qi began shaking furiously, and a giant hole appeared. Is it the tyrant? It caught up. How is that possible? There are 4 floors. Then, as if it was answering their question, a horrific shadow suddenly jumped up from the hole as everyone watched in disbelief. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Brother Wu, if it were you, what do your chances of winning would be? Liang Shi, with a grim expression, asked the man with sideburns. Before, my chance of winning would probably be 70 to 80%. Wu Shan's expression darkened. Now, next to impossible. The monster's attack, defense, recovery ability and speed had advanced so much that it was terrifying. It was a perfect monster that couldn't be defeated. Wu Shan was the most skilled warrior of the group. If he didn't think he could beat it, how could the others? The tyrant was famous for a reason. It was too powerful. What would their faces look like if they found out that this was just a first-generation trial tyrant? Fang Qi took a deep breath before finally taking out his magnum revolver. Magnum revolvers were powerful, enough to injure the enemy from a safe distance. However, no matter how experienced he was, Fang Qi only found a total of 12 magnum rounds throughout the game. Now, he only had a couple bullets left. Fang Qi pulled the trigger, shooting his giant bullets at the tyrant. However, this attack seemed to be like a needle in the ocean, failing to make an impact. His teammates fired as well, but the normal bullets were useless. The owner's almost out of bullets. Out of the people watching, Song Qingfeng was the most experienced with the game. He was also the one who knew the consequences of not having any more bullets. Upon hearing what Song Qingfeng said, the others all became worried for Fang Qi. Moreover, they saw the tyrant charging toward Fang Qi with all its might. It was huge but still had great agility, it was capable of crushing the weak. Will Fang Qi be able to dodge its attack again? Everyone became worried as they watched him. Right now, Fang Qi was extremely calm. He chose Chris because of his combat skills. Although he was not even at the peak of the body forging realm, after all these days of familiarizing himself with Chris's combat skills, he slowly absorbed what he learned, making it his own. Moreover, he used hunters to train himself, and their methods of attack were extremely similar to that of the tyrant. Both types of monsters like to claw, rip, charge, and throw themselves onto their enemies. His level was higher than everyone in the shop, he was level 23. Therefore, his combat ability couldn't be calculated through ordinary methods. Fang Qi leaped high into the air before stepping on the wall to his right. His body arched out as he avoided the tyrant by a centimeter, allowing him to pull the trigger on the magnum revolver again. He fired 3 shots, right into the back of the tyrant's heart. Even with its defense, the tyrant couldn't stand being attacked continuously by something so powerful. It stumbled as fresh blood spurted out of the gunshot wounds. "You're so awesome, sir! How can he still be alive under such circumstances? Is the owner still human? Fighting a monster like this without using his warrior Qi?" The people behind Fang Qi stared at him in disbelief, shocked that he was able to once again avoid the tyrant's attack. They didn't think he could make it thus far without using his Qi. Even if he lost this battle, he should still be proud of himself. "You all didn't see how the owner used only a dagger to kill the hunters." Lin Xiao blabbed on behind Fang Qi, "He killed them so swiftly. He used a dagger. Isn't he afraid of getting infected? He's a little overconfident, don't you think?" Lin Xiao's remarks caused an uproar amongst the crowd again. "He has no more bullets." Song Qingfeng suddenly pointed out something crucial. The truth was, after playing the game for so long, they slowly understood the world that the game was in. Humans didn't have Qi, so they invented various powerful weapons to fight their enemies. When they had ammunition, they could easily kill countless enemies. However, without these weapons and ammunition, the situation would become extremely awkward. Moreover, fighting monsters with a dagger in close combat was not a good option. If the player didn't pay close attention, his or her body would be immediately torn into pieces. It was too hard. Even though they were only looking at the scene behind Fang Qi, they felt the intensity, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Fang Qi ran towards the opposite direction of the tyrant. At the moment, the tyrant kneeled on the ground, unable to catch up to Fang Qi for the time being. But, he was out of bullets. Chris was just an ordinary man without Qi, how could he fight a monster like that without a gun? "Forget it, we don't have to watch anymore." Although Fang Qi created enough distance between himself and the tyrant, the others all watched in despair. "The tyrant is too powerful." Su Zixin shook her head and sighed, "I don't think Chris can pass this level. I think I might have to switch Jill out later as well." Song Qingfeng exclaimed as well, "It seems like Chris is just there to help us familiarize ourselves with the game. The owner can't even pass the level, the Umbrella Corporation has the ability to create so many powerful monsters." The sound of a helicopter suddenly resonated in the sky as a voice sounded. Fang Qi began waving his hands at the helicopter before the tyrant had a chance to catch up. He was excited. Someone threw a long, rectangular box from the helicopter, and Fang Qi rolled over to quickly pick it up. "I got it!" Elated, Fang Qi ran toward the opposite direction. He wasn't running away, instead, he needed time to obtain this item before the tyrant could attack again. "What's he doing?" The audience, who lost hope in Fang Qi and were turning around to leave, were confused by what he was doing. What is that? They stared at the black rectangular box curiously. They saw 4 circular barrels sticking out from the black box. Both the metal glare of the barrels and the silver barrels themselves emitted a domineering power. Fang Qi put it on his shoulder. When the tyrant charged toward him, he didn't waver. Instead, he pulled the trigger. Swoop! A rocket shot out from one of the barrels. The rocket was as thick as Chris's arm. With its long tail flame, it dashed forward along with a loud noise. The tyrant seemed to have sensed danger and immediately protected its heart with its strong claws. Then came a giant boom, and the ground began to shake. Countless specks of flesh exploded along with the flames, and a wave of hot air forced Fang Qi to back off a few steps. One shot, right into the soul. Satisfied, Fang Qi turned the barrels around and blew the non-existent smoke off it. His shirt was soaked through. It's good that I've practiced before. Fang Qi laughed as he let out a sigh of relief. The internet cafe fell silent, so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. No one thought that the ordinary-looking black box in Fang Qi hands could be so horrifyingly powerful. This was the power of a modern weapon. Compared to cold weapons like daggers, modern weapons focused more on results. This was an extremely beautiful explosion. It was the ultimate romance for men. They all stared at the screen and watched as Fang Qi launched the rocket. Everyone, even master warriors, ancestral warriors, and great cultivators, will be left in awe when faced with a weapon like this. They all thought. With the rocket launcher on his shoulder, Chris got onto the helicopter with his teammates. The Nightmare Mansion, now below them, subsequently blew up into pieces. His teammates were exhausted. Rebecca had fallen asleep while Jill rested her head on Chris's shoulder. The sun seeped through the clouds, shining on Chris's sharp jawline and slightly bloody face. At that moment, the audience seemed to have seen God. He was so manly and domineering. Is this the end of Resident Evil 1? They've looked forward to it for so long, and they finally saw it. The helicopter flew into the blue sky, leaving them an extremely magnificent ending scene. No matter how fun a game was, it was not fun all the time. Fighting the hunters was hard, solving the mysteries was difficult, battling for too long was exhausting, and being stuck on one level was depressing. However, upon seeing this, they realized that it was all worth it. Not everyone could call themselves a hero, but that didn't mean they had any less ambition. Because of that, this scene was extremely valuable and treasured. It fulfilled the ambitions and heroism in everyone's heart to perfection. Before, they were wondering how to pass the game. Now, they finally understood how to play it. The ending scene was so cool. They were nothing compared to Fang Qi. They watched as the helicopter disappeared into the sky. It didn't matter if it was a veteran like Song Qingfeng, who had played for a while, or the newbies, no one could calm themselves down. Everyone had been looking forward to this scene, and they finally saw it unfold before them. Then, their complicated gazes landed on Fang Qi, who exited the game as the ending music sounded. He turned around and was surprised by what he saw. "Why are you all huddled up here? Sir, you're so mighty. You're a real man. I feel like I just saw a novel play before my eyes." No, it was an epic documentary. This is what men are supposed to do. The beefy man, Liang Shi, exclaimed as his blood boiled in excitement. "You can get this far." Song Qingfeng muttered to himself as he clenched his fist. "The owner's really cool." Xi Xiaoun, who just came today, said, after seeing him play, "The game doesn't look so scary anymore. Should we try later? That weapon reminds me of the spiritual artifacts of cultivators." The man with the sideburns couldn't help but comment, "I really want to try it for myself. If I have a weapon like that, I'll never be afraid of cultivators." Zixin. Shen Qingqing called out in anticipation, "I want to play too, can you teach me? I thought you said that you didn't want to play." Furious, Su Zixin stared at her friend. She wasted so much time trying to convince Shen Qingqing, and now she wanted to play? The game doesn't look that good when you're playing it. Shen Qingqing laughed and said, the owner made the game seem much more fun. Su Zixin's pretty face fell as she wondered why her friend thought she didn't make the game look good. Did you even understand my complicated footwork when I tried to avoid the zombie dogs? She thought. 15 minutes later. Hey, so I'm the main character of this game? I'm going to find all the bad guys hiding in here. You can't scare me. Ha ha ha. These little brats can't beat me down. After I find all the treasures in here, I'm going to flip this place upside down. When all 4 masks fall into place, evil will awaken. Look at what I found. Will this book of curses contain the answers to the conspiracy behind the scenes? Speechless, Fang Qi looked at his internet cafe, which had once again reached full capacity, and said, okay, you all can take over and save the world now. Soon, it was noon. Fang Qi rubbed his empty belly and was wondering if he should go out and buy himself some food to eat. However, before he could even get up, a bunch of people surrounded him. What are you all doing? Sir, do you take disciples? 500 to take disciples, 3,000 to teach you everything, and it's extra to play for you. Oh, remember to buy some shredded pork biscuits for me. Fang Qi randomly answered. TL, this is a catchphrase used by a lot of gamers in China when playing online games. I'm sorry, force of habit, Fang Qi touched his nose awkwardly and said, don't tell me you are all here to be my disciples. What was the weapon you used in the end? Can we obtain it as well? How are these weapons made? Do weapons like this really exist? How do you feel after passing the level, sir? What do you plan to do after this? This game isn't over, right? Is there Resident Evil 2? Quiet down. Ask your questions one by one, okay? Fang Qi felt like there were 10,000 flies flying around him, giving him a headache. I'll start with the first question, Fang Qi replied. The last weapon is called a rocket launcher. You can obtain it as long as you use Chris or Jill and injure the tyrant enough, so it advances to the second form. Then, can we make a weapon like that? Su Zixin looked at Fang Qi with excitement in her eyes. If she could make a weapon like that in real life, even a regular warrior would be able to fight against powerful cultivators. Amused, Fang Qi looked at her with a smile. He wanted to tell her that it was just a game, but since those things really existed, he nodded and explained, of course, I think it's possible to mimic a weapon like this. But, the theoretical knowledge that is required to make it happen is extremely complex. Really? Su Zixin frowned. Although her family held prestige in Zhuhua City, hiring a cultivator to research and make a weapon like this still required careful consideration. What about Resident Evil 2? What is going to happen to the Umbrella Corporation? She couldn't wait to find out the next plot. It was obvious that Weskier was just a member of the Umbrella Corporation, and this mansion wasn't Umbrella's headquarters. Therefore, what would the main character's fates be like? Would Umbrella plot more conspiracies? There's no Resident Evil 2 at the moment, Fang Qi replied with a smile. There's no Resident Evil 2. The group was disappointed. Then when will we know? I think Resident Evil 1, movie version should be here soon. You'll be able to see what happens to the Umbrella Corporation then. Movie version. No one knew what this new vocabulary meant. What's a movie? You'll know when you see it. When is that? They all knew that the name of the game they were playing right now was Resident Evil 1, Virtual Reality Remake, and what Fang Qi mentioned was Resident Evil 1, movie version. What was the difference between the two? When Fang Qi began playing this morning, the early birds began as well. By the time Fang Qi passed the game, they were all behind him, watching. Newcomers like Blackie took this opportunity and found empty spots to begin playing. No wonder everyone's talking about this shop, this game is amazing. Why can't I kill the zombies? I think the owner hit their heads, try the head. Whoa! This trap almost got me. Seeing these newbies trying to kill zombies in a hectic manner, specks of pride appeared on Song Qingfeng's face. It's our turn. Song Qingfeng declared passionately. He was one of the earliest customers of the internet cafe, so his progress was more advanced than the others. He was midway through the game. Wait for it, I'm going to kill hunters today. After seeing Fang Qi killing hunters with his dagger, Song Qingfeng began imitating him by using a dagger as well. On the screen, Song Qingfeng's character held a dagger in his hand and diligently bent down. Across from him, it was a zombie with its back against him. He didn't see hunters yet, so he decided to kill zombies first to get himself warmed up. He's using just a dagger. He's imitating the owner and trying to kill zombies with a dagger. The owner used his dagger and killed the hunters with such ease. Su Zixin's expression lit up upon seeing this. I'm going to try tomorrow as well. The players whose time limits were up still didn't get enough of the game, so they decided to watch the others play. Talented young men who held high statuses like Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao and Su Luo were used to being admired by others and stared at wherever they went. However, for some reason, ever since they began playing this game, they enjoyed being watched and fawned over. Let's try our best. Song Qingfeng muttered quietly to the others, let's become the second group of people to kill hunters. He saw how Fang Qi killed zombies in a split second. Therefore, he quietly went up to the zombie from the back and stabbed its temple before furiously churning his dagger. He's not bad. The people behind him exclaimed as they saw the zombie fall dead onto the floor. There are so many traps in this room. It's so annoying. Wang Tai was one of the earliest players of Resident Evil 1. Although his daily game time was, on average, 2 hours less than Fang Qi, his progress still came out on top. There were already a few people who reached their daily limit standing behind him. They saw a shotgun in Wang Tai's hands. Look! How did he get a shotgun? They exclaimed. Someone obtained a shotgun. Song Qingfeng glanced over at Wang Tai and said to his buddies, we need to hurry up. My character is next to that room. Let me go try, Lin Xiao said. Let's work together and try to pass the game before anyone else does. Okay. Song Qingfeng, owe you each a favor. Zixin, how do I play this? Shen Qingqing was more casual when it came to playing games. After she started, she only looked around curiously. That's simple. Go over there first to kill a zombie. Su Zixin smiled as she helped her friend, feeling proud of herself. I will teach you from my own experience. Resident Evil was a classic game. With Fang Qi Systems' black technology, the originally small and quiet shop became quite popular. After the day ended, Fang Qi looked at how much he made. With 11 computers, he made almost 300 crystals today. 300 more and he would have completed his task. 300 crystals a day was an income that he didn't even dare to imagine in the past. Although the system only gave him 10%, he still made more than a dozen crystals in one day. Adjusted to the prices and purchasing powers in this world, one crystal was equivalent to several tens of thousands of yuan in his previous life. Around $10,000 USD. It seems like I'm going to become one of the richest people in this world soon. Fang Qi thought enthusiastically. He could see himself buying the most prosperous land in every city and opening internet cafes everywhere. He would turn the local area network into a real internet. Suddenly, Fang Qi received a notification from his system. You have received a gift from the system. The host is now a qualified internet cafe owner. This gift is a reward, and the host should continue the hard work. A gift? You're usually so stingy, what happened? Elated, Fang Qi quickly opened the gift. One perfect T-virus without side effects. T-virus without side effects? No side effects. This was unbelievable. He remembered that the main female lead, Alice, obtained supernatural powers after injecting herself with a T-virus that had no side effects in the Resident Evil movie version. Did the system just give him the same one that Alice got? This is so freaking awesome, he thought. Did the system have those as well? The host does not have enough authority, please continue to advance your authority. Quickly, Fang Qi's questions were answered. Authority? Does that even exist? Curious, Fang Qi asked, where can I see how much authority I have now and what I can do with it? You don't have enough authority to check. Forget it, I knew I couldn't rely on you, system, Fang Qi replied, feeling dejected. The T-virus with no side effects. Fang Qi was a little emotional as he looked at the light blue syringe in his hand. Then, he slowly injected the liquid in the syringe into his body, feeling the ice-cold liquid entering his arm, circulating around with his blood, and spreading to his limbs. Just then, he suddenly felt an unbearable pain coming from his body. An amazing power emerged from his body, the power was so strong that it was about to rip him into pieces. Fang Qi's heart sank. Didn't you say there weren't any side effects? It's the inevitable reaction to powering up, the system explained. No side effects means that you won't become a zombie. Fang Qi felt like his body was on fire, and the flames seemed to be engulfing all his cells, blood, and even bone marrow. The extreme pain made Fang Qi dizzy, he fell onto his bed, about to faint at any second. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again, Host, I suggest that you don't faint, or else the effect of this virus will go to waste. Fang Qi clenched his teeth, he never sensed so much pain in his entire life. All the cells in his body were ripping apart. Moreover, he couldn't faint. In order for this valuable virus not go to waste, he had no choice but to keep holding on. A non-stop pain continued attacking his body, and he felt like a ship in the ocean during a storm, about to capsize at any time. He just wanted this pain to pass, as quickly as possible. Yet, time seemed to work against him by passing extremely slowly, like a snail, slowly edging forward. Time elapsed, bit by bit, and Fang Qi didn't even know how he survived. The pain disappeared on the morning of the next day. The crowd outside was going crazy. A big group of people were gathered outside already. Why isn't the owner opening the shop? Isn't the shop supposed to open at 8 a.m.? What time is it now? Wu Shan complained as he looked up at the sun that was shining brightly in the sky. It's almost noon, isn't it? Blackie paced back and forth. I was just about to solve the Book of Curses. Why isn't the owner opening his shop? Did he oversleep? If humans could choose their fates, no one would want to fall behind. Moreover, this was a world where the weak fell prey to the powerful, and strength wielded prestige. Playing games helped him train? Ever since Xueming found out about this, he immediately lost his cool. Therefore, he woke up early this morning, just so he could advance his game progress and find some clues that Su Zixin didn't know about. This way, she wouldn't be able to roll her eyes at him so often anymore. I can't believe this shop only allows me to play 6 hours a day. At this thought, he kicked away the rock on the road, obviously still angry about what happened yesterday. He suddenly remembered Fang Qi saying, those who do not abide by these rules will be asked to never return, and instinctively forced himself to stay still, fighting the urge to smash open the door. Forget it. I'm doing all this for Zixin. I'll endure it for now. He sneered and walked up to Origin's internet club. However, a bunch of people were waiting outside. Liang Shi, Wu Shan, and the middle-aged man with sideburns called Yang Hai were all standing outside. In addition, there was Blackie, who came with Black Bear, a silly-looking man who was itching to kick down the door, and a short and skinny man called Black Mouse. Of course, these were just nicknames, not their real names. What are you all doing? Xueming had a bad feeling upon seeing the group of people. Why aren't you inside? It's still closed. He peeked inside and was immediately dumbfounded. Isn't the shop supposed to open at 8? We don't know either. Liang Shi felt like this man looked familiar and automatically assumed that Xueming was a Resident Evil player as well. He smiled bitterly and replied, last time, the owner opened late because he added computers, maybe he added more today. Maybe, Blackie said, the shop was at full capacity yesterday, adding more computers makes sense. Should we wait a while longer? Fang Qi lied on his bed weakly. It's finally over. He didn't want to experience what he did last night ever again. He moved his fingers and felt like his body seemed different from before. Moreover, everything around him felt different. He could clearly hear flies flying in the air. Upon opening his eyes, he could even see every speck of dust on the wall. Another hour passed by already. I can't wait any longer. Wu Shan shouted furiously. If Liang Shi didn't stop him, he would have broken down the door already. Me neither. Xueming never felt this anxious before. If the owner doesn't open soon, everyone's going to be here. Should I just break down the door? Blackie said, it's just a door, I can just reinstall a new one afterwards. Liang Shi's face darkened. If you do that, the owner won't let you in again. What should I do then? Although this was a small shop, the owner didn't seem ordinary at all. Blackie thought back at the shop's rules and decided that he couldn't offend the owner. I can't do anything. You're right, it's infuriating. Wu Shan slapped the door. I felt like I only played for a little while yesterday, but he said that 6 hours went by. Time shouldn't pass by that fast. How could the owner not let us play today? Liang Shi fought his urge to laugh. Brother Wu, I stood behind you and watched you play until my feet became sore yesterday. Trust me, it was 6 hours. Feeling embarrassed, Wu Shan slammed the door. Then, 6 hours are not enough. The shop left of Fang Qi used to be owned by an old man, but it hadn't been open in a while. Apparently, his family moved away after his son became an academic. The shop right of Fang Qi, on the other hand, was a bun shop. This was where Fang Qi bought breakfast every morning. The shop owner, Auntie Wang, felt that it was weird to see so many people huddled in front of Fang Qi's shop. What are you all doing in front of his shop? Liang Shi asked after he bought some buns. The owner didn't open his shop yet, isn't he supposed to open at 8? Do you know what happened? Auntie Wang shook her head. I was wondering the same thing. Fang Qi comes to my shop this time every morning to buy buns, why is he so late today? Maybe you should shout and see if he can hear. Shout. They looked at each other. I'll do it. Wu Shan thought about it and said, this was a better idea than breaking down his door. Fang Qi still felt some pain all over his body, but it was much better than last night. He noticed black sweat all over his body, so he quickly hopped into the shower. However, halfway through his shower, he heard noises come from downstairs. He quickly looked out the window and saw a bunch of people outside his shop. What time is it? Fang Qi's heart sank. Was he late? Downstairs the city guards noticed this abnormality as well, so a group of armored guards walked up to the group and asked, what are you huddled here for? I saw you standing out here early in the morning, and it's been more than half an hour. Why are you still waiting here? Oh, and the one with the beard, why are you shouting so early in the morning? Are you trying to cause trouble? The one with the beard. Wu Shan's face became even darker upon hearing this. Thank goodness that he didn't bash in the door just now, or else he wouldn't be able to prove his innocence. If others found out that he was arrested by the city guards because he couldn't play a game, every warrior in the city would laugh at him for at least a year. *CK, I want to curse. Wu Shan was furious, while Blackie smiled and made way for the city guards. Please. Humph. Wu Shan sneered. Although he was powerful, he wasn't stupid enough to fight the city guards. I knew random warriors can't be relied on. Xueming looked around and stood out from the crowd. I am Xueming from the Xue family. Xue family. The city guard in front bowed down slightly at him. I apologize for not recognizing you, young Master Xue. This little dude seems to come from a prestigious family. Blackie mumbled quietly. He's rich, Wu Shan sneered. Liang Shi smiled. It's okay. At least he'll solve the issue quickly. It's fine. Xueming put on his most icy and arrogant face but was actually laughing inside. They're just city guards, I can deal with anyone I want to. The city guards immediately treated him with respect. Could young Master Xue tell us what's going on? That way, we'll be able to make a report to our superiors. After Xueming's explanations, the city guards became more confused than ever. Young Master Xue, are you saying that the owner won't open this shop, and they've been waiting outside for an hour? So, what does this shop do? Virtual reality. Kill zombies. Play games. The more they listened to it, the more muddled they became. One of the city guards muttered quietly, do you think we should check it out? I think we should. Over the past few days, I caught people leaving this shop every time during night patrol. They're all young masters that I can't do anything about. Something's off about this place. We shouldn't act rashly. These people are all of high status, let's make a report to our superiors first and then decide what to do. Just then, Fang Qi finally came downstairs to open his shop. He stuck his head out and asked, why are you here so early every morning? It's open. It's open. Sir, why did you just open? Someone immediately began to complain. Did you get new computers again? The group looked inside but didn't see any changes. Sir, did you oversleep? Fang Qi awkwardly touched his nose. Technically, he did oversleep. Forget it, the group poured into Fang Qi's shop. Sir, tell us the truth. Did you get anything new today? Anything new? Fang Qi nodded. Yes. What? More computers. New games. Did the movie you mentioned yesterday come out? They all looked at Fang Qi with anticipation. Fang Qi pointed at himself. Does accidentally breaking through this morning count as something new? Sir, you can't play us like that. Liang Shi said, looking dejected. Good job, sir, congratulations, can't you have picked another time to break though? The group of people was speechless, they couldn't even complain anymore since they couldn't stop Fang Qi from breaking through. The owner killed the tyrant yesterday, and he broke through today? Does that mean he is now even more powerful? They thought and couldn't help but be more respectful toward him. Ha ha ha. My hands are itchy for the dagger. Liang Shi chuckled as he scratched his head. You don't have to be in such a hurry, Fang Qi laughed. Later on in the game, you'll have a lot of chances to practice your knife skills during knife-only speed runs. Ever since they began playing Resident Evil, Song Qingfeng and the others had seen obvious improvements in their strengths. Moreover, this game was much more fun than practicing martial arts, which was both boring and exhausting in comparison. Therefore, they had become daily customers to Fang Qi Internet Cafe. Knife-only speed runs. Song Qingfeng, Lin Xiao, Su Luo, Li Xi, and Ping ran over to Fang Qi's shop early in the morning. As soon as they heard a new term, Song Qingfeng immediately asked, "What's that?" "It's a mode that forces the player to pass the level with pure skills," Fang Qi explained. "You'll understand when you pass the game." He remembers that in his previous world, the official Resident Evil 1 remake offered the player two modes after they passed the game: Real Survival Mode and Invisible Enemy Mode. Knife-only speed runs, on the other hand, was a suicidal challenge that players invented themselves. This required the main characters to play the entire game with just a dagger. No one would do anything like that in real life, but games were different. After passing the game, many advanced players were unsatisfied by its difficulty. Therefore, they came up with a more brutal challenge for themselves. That was how the knife-only speedruns came to exist. However, the system's Resident Evil 1 virtual reality remake would force the players to play under the knife-only speedruns mode right after he or she finished the game. Of course, those who could finish the game with just a dagger under virtual reality mode were unquestionably the best of the best. This was because fighting with just a dagger required immense combat skills. Or else, with the hunter's incredible attack powers, the players would die almost immediately. I guess I have to practice using my dagger more. Song Qingfeng laughed out loud as he opened his game. Soon, a horrific-looking monster with scales on its body appeared on his screen. A hunter! Young Master Song, you finally encountered the hunter. Lin Xiao and the others immediately glanced over. A hunter! More and more people turned their attention to Song Qingfeng. Encountering the hunter meant that the player was more than halfway through the game. Does that mean he's going to pass the game soon? You guys enjoy. Fang Qi rubbed his empty belly and remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. The transformation by the T-virus could be seen as a type of evolution, evolving the human body to a state of perfection. That was what the T-virus did. In the history of Resident Evil, almost no one evolved perfectly. Almost everyone who was infected mutated into monsters. Fang Qi evolution, however, didn't cause any mutation at all. It was a perfect evolution. However, this evolution consumed a lot of his energy. Therefore, he felt extremely hungry. Auntie Wang, I'd like a basket of pork buns. A basket. Warriors had bigger appetites, but this was a little over the top, no? Auntie Wang, the owner of the shop next door, stood there in surprise. These weren't Xiaolong Bao. TL note, small soup dumplings, should I buy 2 baskets? It seems like the young men who went into your shop didn't have breakfast. Are you buying some for them as well? Auntie Wang finally came back to her senses and asked, 2 baskets coming right up. As soon as she opened the steamer, Fang Qi took 2 buns and began stuffing his face with them. Slow down, they're hot. Auntie Wang couldn't help but laugh. Qi, what have you been doing recently? Your business is much better than when your dad managed it. Then, she gossiped, the young master in purple is someone with a noble background, even the city guards treat him with respect. Don't offend him. I won't. Fang Qi ate his buns as he replied in a hurry. Buns in this world were big and made without preservatives and additives, and the meat was a perfect balance of fat and lean. Moreover, his body was still recuperating from his breakthrough, and he ate more than 10. Only then did his hunger weaken a little bit. Shocked, Auntie Wang laughed, do all people who practice martial arts eat this much? I'm glad my son went to school, or else I might become poor because of his appetite. Fang Qi laughed as well and asked casually, by the way, do you know where Grandpa Zhou, whose shop used to be beside my shop, went? Did you need him for something? Nothing much, Fang Qi replied, if I can, I want to buy his shop. I see, Auntie Wang thought about it and said, I think Zhou is trying to sell his shop, I'll ask around for you. Great. Thanks, Auntie Wang. By the time he finished breakfast, he saw Su Zixin and Shen Qingqing walk toward him from the intersection. Upon seeing Fang Qi, the beautiful girls waved happily at him. Sir! We're here so early today, can we play a little while longer? Shen Qingqing was still craving more of that new game. However, not being able to play for as long as she wanted was quite annoying. No, each person only gets 6 hours. Fang Qi wasn't easily persuaded. He pointed at his shop and added, plus, it's not early. Not early. Confused, Shen Qingqing walked into the shop before suddenly shrieking. Why aren't there any seats left? There are no more seats left. Su Zixin immediately walked into the shop and noticed that all 11 spots were taken, and more people were already standing around, watching. "Sir, why are there so many people today?" To their surprise, the shop was at full capacity already. Su Zixin was furious. She thought she was here early, but there weren't any seats left. "I don't know either." Fang Qi was confused as well. Everyone came so early today, even his own seat was taken while he was having breakfast. "You don't know?" Su Zixin was so angry that she laughed out loud. "Sir, does anyone run their businesses like you?" "I'm sure there is." Fang Qi pointed at himself. Upon seeing his innocent expression, Su Zixin felt the urge to beat him up. After suppressing her anger, she snorted, "I'll let you off this time." But, was she and Shen Qingqing supposed to wait there? They glanced at each other and thought, 6 hours is a long time to wait. Shen Qingqing stomped her feet and asked, "Sir, can't you change the time limit to 3 hours? Fang Qi replied, "I thought you were just complaining that 6 hours were too short." "Sir, I apologize, okay." Shen Qingqing felt like crying. Su Zixin, on the other hand, sighed, "No wonder you set the time to be 6 hours, you must have anticipated that something like this would happen." Fang Qi shrugged and replied, "I told you that every rule in here makes sense. Should we come back later? This is infuriating." Shen Qingqing was so angry that she stomped her feet on the ground repeatedly. She glared around the shop and declared, "I'm going to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I will be here earlier than anyone." After this sweeping declaration, Shen Qingqing finally compromised and said to Su Zixin, "Let's come back later. Your business is great, young man." Auntie Wang couldn't help but laugh. "What do you sell? They're all people of high status. Aren't you afraid that they'll fight each other for the limited spots? There might not be a lot of people outside my shop right now, but sometimes people stand long lines waiting for the food." Auntie Wang droned on and on. "I still remember that a few young men cut in line last year, and a fight broke out in front of my shop. Tisk, tisk." Even now, Auntie Wang was scared about what happened. Fang Qi was originally just listening to be a good sport, but he quickly understood that this was a potential problem for his shop as well. Sure, the players at his shop abided by his rules, but it was only because they could all play at one time during the day. When the seats were all taken up, those waiting could pass time by discussing the plot of the game with their friends. However, if more customers came to his shop, would the incident that happened in front of Auntie Wang's shop happen in front of his shop as well? Before coming to this world, he often went to internet cafes. People there looked for trouble and got into fights easily, ruining the mood of all customers. Therefore, he was determined not to let anyone cause trouble at his shop. "Should I add another rule?" Fang Qi rolled his eyes and thought as he walked back into his own shop. Moreover, the details were amazing, and each character was depicted perfectly. After Fang Qi passed the game, the others continued their paths toward the end. Every experience they encountered and every teammate they met were as real as it could be. Bravo Team's medic, Rebecca, was a typical example. This seemingly weak young woman was intelligent and extremely helpful throughout the game. She would provide medical assistance and could create any type of medicine. She even helped the main characters during the process of mystery solving. Barry, who came with Jill, was extremely strong as well. He had a powerful magnum revolver and was an experienced middle-aged man who helped Jill out whenever she was in trouble. There was also Richard, who risked his life to save the player. His death brought tears to both the female and male players' eyes. During this time, game forums didn't exist. Nevertheless, it didn't stop the players in this world from discussing the plot of the game. To them, the world that Resident Evil was set in was bizarre and grotesque, making them more curious and more adventurous than ever. Moreover, the hard-to-achieve levels were highly topical. Wind and Moon Pavilion, Yunshan Tavern and the Wind and Moon Pavilion were both restaurants, but the latter was one of the best in Zhuhua City. This pavilion was located in the busiest part of the city. The tables and chairs were made of thousand-year pear wood, and the restaurant was both elegant and flashy. All customers were either rich or of prestigious backgrounds. Even a few cultivators could be seen in there. "Zixin, you don't usually come here, why did you pick this restaurant today?" A young girl in a green dress sat down across from Su Zixin. It was Shen Qingqing. She muttered quietly, "I'm so mad. I can't believe that they ran out of spots so early in the morning." "Don't mention it." Su Zixin picked up her teacup and took a small sip. The Longjing tea leaves were extremely fresh and fragrant, and it somewhat ameliorated her depressed mood as she glanced out the window. "Then, let's talk about Resident Evil," Shen Qingqing chuckled, "you never told me how those zombies came to be." "Oh, that." It was obvious that Su Zixin wasn't against this topic. Plus, it seemed like the perfect way to pass time at this moment. "I think it was because of a really powerful virus called the T-virus. All animals, plants, and humans that were infected by this virus will mutate. It's so powerful." Shen Qingqing couldn't help but look worried. "Will that virus spread? If it does, everyone in Raccoon City will suffer, right? Didn't you see the ending when the owner was playing?" Su Zixin couldn't help but laugh. "That mansion exploded, so the virus can't spread anymore." "You're right." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing felt more at ease. Not far away from them, a couple people were discussing Resident Evil as well. From their age and outfits, one could tell that they were students of Lingyun Academy as well. A young man in white was sitting with a girl in white and a few other people. If Song Qingfeng saw these two in white, he would immediately recognize them. They were Xi Qi and Xi Xiaoun. Song Qingfeng and the others went so early. Xi Qi said as he slapped the table angrily. "Shame on Origin's internet club for running out of seats so early in the morning. How are there so many people?" "Young Master Xi, forget about it," a square-faced young man said, "they can only play for 6 hours a day. Let's go later, there's bound to be seats for us then. Why can't the owner set the f***ing playtime to 1 hour? Xi Qi said unhappily. "If he can restrict Song Qingfeng and the others' time to 1 hour and let us play for 12 hours a day, ha ha ha. It makes me happy just thinking about it." The square-faced young man began fantasizing. "If that is the case..." Xi Qi smiled as well as his mood lightened up. "You're right, they only have 6 hours. By then, they'll have to hand their seats over to us. Oh, Wang Yuanzhang, where are you at in the game?" He looked at the square-faced man and asked, "Let's talk about the techniques and skills in Resident Evil, we can't let Song Qingfeng and the others take all the glory." Game forums didn't exist right now, so they discussed amongst themselves like little offline forums. Resident Evil? Origins, a man around 30 years of age, sitting not far from the group of people, repeated in confusion, "What a weird name." He casually ate his dishes as he listened to them talk about something he never heard of. Nalan Mingxiu, who was in Class A of the Huang House at Lingyun Academy, was known as an unprecedented talent who came by once in a century by all the teachers at the academy. TL note, as we mentioned before, there are 4 houses: Heaven House, Earth House, Xian House, and Huang House. They are similar to grades in school. Huang House is the lowest grade, and Heaven House is the highest grade. Also, therefore are 4 classes, A, B, C, D. Class A had the best students and Class D had the worst students. People like Song Qingfeng, who had just broken through his body forging realm and became a warrior, were already considered the pride of Lingyun Academy. Nalan Mingxiu, however, was at the late stage of the warrior realm and was about to advance to the master warrior realm. None of the other students could compare to her horrific talent. She was bound to be promoted to the Xian House, sooner or later. Her eyes sparkled, and her teeth and skin were white and pearly. Unlike normal pretty girls whose lips were light pink, her lips were pale and snow-white. However, she didn't look weak or sickly. Rather, her lips made her look cold and elegant. Her expression was as cold as the snow, and her entire body emitted an icy chill, stopping those who wanted to approach her. If the students of Class A were stars, then she would be the moon, shaming all the stars as it shone brightly in the sky. Students like her usually lived deep within the city and rarely showed themselves. Whenever she appeared in public, she would immediately become the center of attention. However, she noticed that things were different from her expectations today. Over the past few days, the students had only been talking about things like tyrant, rocket launcher, and zombies. She didn't understand what they were talking about. Now, a dozen or so students were gathered at Wind and Moon Pavilion, talking about these topics loudly, as if no one else was there. These people are blind. A girl in black sitting beside Nalan Mingxiu snorted in disdain as she glared at these students. Ms. Nalan, let's go. No. Nalan Mingxiu shook her head gently. She didn't want to leave because she thought what they were talking about was interesting. Usually, all the other students would suck up to a genius like her. They shouldn't be treating her as if she didn't exist. Although she only recently enrolled in Lingyun Academy, she was an ambitious woman. She thought that with her skills, all she needed to do was to exert some effort before all the so-called geniuses of Class A would listen to her. But now, let's go listen to what they're talking about. Curious, she stopped before the students. I think we need to marry a woman like Rebecca in the future. She's gentle, caring, smart, and cute. A square-faced young man blabbed on and on. Ha ha ha. Are you seriously lusting after Rebecca? I think the female zombie suits you best. A female hunter's not bad, either. Screw you guys. The young man was immediately furious from embarrassment. Once I get the rocket launcher, I'm going to blow you guys up into pieces. The owner said that we have to use Chris or Jill to get the tyrant into the second form before we can get the rocket launcher. Otherwise, even if you obtain it, you won't get the chance to use it. With your skills, you're going to need another 100 years of practice. Get the shotgun first before fantasizing about the rocket launcher. Oh, did you hear that Song Qingfeng and his buddies figured out how to obtain the shotgun and magnum revolver? They figured that out so fast. It's not fast at all. I heard Song Qingfeng and the others used all sorts of methods to try to get the shotgun, including stopping the door. But, they always fell into the trap and died. In the end, Wang Tai told them how to do it. I guess they gave him something in return. That's good enough for me. The magnum revolver is the ultimate weapon the owner used to fight the tyrant. Nalan Mingxiu's curved eyebrows furrowed upon hearing all this. I'm sorry, may I interrupt? The girl in black quickly went up to ask the group, what are you all talking about? We're talking about a game at Origins Internet Club, located in the east of the city. Upon seeing Nalan Mingxiu, the square-faced young man immediately turned around in shock and replied politely. Game. Nalan Mingxiu frowned. This answer was completely out of her expectations. They're paying excessive attention to games. The girl in black looked at the group of people in disdain before sneering, as talents of Lingyun Academy, I can't believe how much they're slacking off. Ms. Nalan, let's ignore them. No, Nalan Mingxiu smiled, it's weird. Weird. The girl in black repeated, what's weird? Nalan Mingxiu's eyes emitted the lights of wisdom. If it's just a couple of people who are paying excessive attention to games, then the majority of the people shouldn't be talking about the same thing. It must be more than a game. She would understand if only one or two people were obsessed with a game. But right now, so many students were addicted to it. It was somewhat hard to believe. Let's go sometime. You want to go there? The girl in black immediately became anxious. You shouldn't go to a place that has already bewitched so many people. It's too risky, let me go instead. What's there to worry about? It's in the city, Nalan Mingxiu lightly smiled and said, don't worry, let's go check it out tomorrow. Lanyan, come with me, okay. Fang Qi looked at his shop and found no seats, they took the only 2 open spots. Seriously? Fang Qi froze for a second. Sir, do you want to play? Shen Qingqing laughed like a sly little fox. Let us play for a few more hours today, and I'll let you play first, okay? You're threatening me. Fang Qi replied angrily, I can close the shop right now and play by myself the entire day. Shen Qingqing looked like a hen trying to protect its babies as she put her arms around the computer. Don't you dare! To protect her computer, she quickly clicked open the game and shouted, I'm starting the game now. If you close the shop, you'll lose credibility. Fang Qi almost laughed aloud upon seeing her nervous expression. Good business meant rewards from the system. Therefore, he wasn't about to drain his own pond of fish. He was just trying to scare her a little. There was a giant armchair that his father left in the shop, so he brought it in, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. Originally, Fang Qi thought that those here to play Resident Evil were all warriors. If he were lucky, he would bump into a couple of cultivators. At that moment, a short man around 30 years of age walked in. He was wearing a black robe and had a mustache on his face. From the way he was dressed, the young man looked neither like a warrior nor a cultivator. He was handsome and had distinct facial features, his upward brows giving him an aura of confidence. 2 people followed him. Fang Qi could tell from the way they walked that these 2 people weren't commoners either. However, they intentionally walked behind the man with the mustache. This is the magical shop the other warriors were talking about. He frowned in disappointment. The shop looked clean and was nicely decorated, but it was a little too small. Who's the owner? His voice was deep and magnetic. I am. Fang Qi said as he pointed at the blackboard, before you ask questions, read this first. The man with the mustache glanced at the blackboard before smiling. Interesting. He picked the perfect time to come, most of the players had reached their playtime limits and were leaving. Therefore, he found a spot and sat down. What next? Fang Qi clicked open Resident Evil and showed him the basics. After entering the game, the man with the mustache's eyes lit up. He was obviously curious about this new world. He seemed to know what to do when faced with zombies. Therefore, he didn't panic upon encountering the first zombie and stabbed its brain with extreme preciseness. Although he didn't look like a warrior or cultivator, his combat skills were still extremely sophisticated, even more so than Song Qingfeng and the others. When warriors couldn't use their qi, they had to rely on their combat skills. However, the warriors in this world paid attention to martial arts techniques rather than combat skills. In addition, most players would feel uncomfortable or scared in the beginning, making it harder to defeat zombies. It was obvious that this man with the mustache didn't have any of the aforementioned problems. This is a game. His voice was calm, only because he hid his shock well. However, Fang Qi could still tell that he was surprised. The more he explored Resident Evil 1, the more he began to understand what zombies, epic storyline, and unsolvable mysteries entailed. Games were like this. The players could achieve heroic undertakings and accomplish the missions to complete the story. They would gain precious memories, whether it was the feeling of fulfillment or regret. Then, new players would join in the game and continue exploring this world, feeling its charm. Without a doubt, Resident Evil had a good storyline. Unlike the other players at Fang Qi's shop who were scrambling to finish the game, the man with the mustache was passionate about everything he saw. This is a game that only smart people can pass. He exclaimed upon seeing the delicate traps inside the mansion. This is unimaginable. He looked at every detail of the game as if he were enjoying a piece of artwork. It's just a game, but it involves architecture, trap designs, and even intrigue plots. Moreover, these weapons are extremely reasonable, and their structures are even more meticulously made than the spiritual artifacts created by forge masters. This entire game is filled with master-level works of art. Yunshan Tavern, Brother Liang, you've been playing Resident Evil the longest. Can you tell us how you passed the hallway with all the paintings? A warrior wearing a black outfit sat across from Liang Qi. It was Blackie. They knew each other from before. However, not only were they not close, they even held grudges against each other. Now, Resident Evil had brought them together. Ever since they began playing the game, they felt like they didn't have anything to talk about with people who didn't play. Liang Qi said, "The art gallery? It's not that hard. The sequence of the painting is infant, child, young man." Blackie poured himself a cup of wine and chugged it. "I've never seen a room with so many traps in my entire life. If it weren't a game, I would bow to anyone who dares to walk in that hallway. I don't even know where the zombies came from. They can even infect people. I'm glad that those things only exist in the game. It's too scary to even think of them existing in reality. If evil cultivators create something like that, Zhuhua City would have disappeared a long time ago." Wu Shan exclaimed, a little scared by that thought. As long as the player bleeds, he or she will be infected and be used as a weapon to kill. The blood serum is the only antidote. These zombies are scarier than a pandemic. I'm glad they only exist in the game. Weird conversations like that slowly attracted the attention of more people. Sitting at the neighboring table was a warrior wearing a blue-grayish robe who had a metal sword on his back. Upon hearing Liang Qi and the others talking about Resident Evil, he became curious and asked, "What are you talking about? Did something big happen in Zhuhua City over the past few days?" They turned around and saw a bunch of people stick out their ears, afraid of missing any important information. Liang Qi was a straightforward man. He laughed and explained, "We're talking about a shop in the east of the city named Origins Internet Club. A virtual reality world. An epic story. Monsters that can arise from the dead. What are you talking about?" Everyone was confused, and the warrior with the sword on his back looked at Liang Qi and the others with an extremely muddled expression. "The more I listen to you, the more puzzled I become. Although I can't understand it, it sounds really good." Liang Qi laughed, "I can't explain it here. Should I take you there to see it for yourselves?" "Thank you, brother. This is the tiny shop you were talking about." The warrior in the blue-grayish robe who had a sword on his back was named Fu Jianghe. He moved to Zhuhua City recently. "Humph! What can there be at a small shop like this?" Someone else retorted, "It was Li Quan, a square-faced man with a brown set of armor on his body." Upon seeing the small shop that was located so remotely, his anticipation turned into disappointment and disdain. Were Liang Qi and the others exaggerating? "You're right, Brother Li. They made the place sound amazing, and I thought it is some kind of magical shop. However, it's no more than a tiny, remote place." A skinny man chimed in. "Although we trust you, Brother Liang, this shop is still unworthy of its name, isn't it?" "It really is. You made it sound much better than it actually is. Hey, there's a lot of people." As soon as they walked in, they noticed the number of people inside. However, their expressions immediately changed upon seeing the price on the blackboard. It costs 7 crystals to play for the first time. Fu Jianghe immediately protested, "This is a money-duping shop, isn't it? Who's the owner?" Li Quan was unhappy too as he looked at Liang Qi. "Brother Liang, why did you take us here? If you're joking with us, it isn't funny." Liang Qi, however, replied calmly, "Don't be like that, brothers. Try the game out for yourself if you think I'm just joking with you. I wouldn't dare to trick you out of such a large sum of money." The others thought about it and realized that what Liang Qi said made sense. Li Quan patted Lin Xiao, who was busy playing the game, and asked, "My friend, sorry for disturbing. You were willing to pay 7 crystals to try out this game?" Fang Qi interrupted impatiently, "I've heard the same comment at least a dozen times already. If you want to try, just try. You're so arrogant." Li Quan's face became vicious as he snickered, then. What should we do? The warriors behind him began snickering and rubbing their hands together. Li Quan patted the table and declared, then, let's try out the game. The warriors behind him froze in their steps. Someone said in a low voice, aren't we going to smash this shop? Didn't you hear the owner say that he's heard the same comment dozens of times? Li Quan replied quietly, since Brother Liang introduced this place to us, we might as well try it out first. If we're not happy with what we see, then we can do something about it. You're right. Song Qingfeng, Su Luo and Lin Xiao's times were up. Therefore, Li Quan and the other warriors began playing. Is this created by a cultivator? It's so amazing. Their eyes lit up in wonderment, the quality of what they bought with 7 crystals was too. Is this another world? What kind of monster is this? These weapons are so real. Soon, 6 hours passed. There's a time limit to this game. It's been 6 hours already? I only killed a dozen zombies. How did 6 hours pass already? Wait, I haven't figured out the monsters yet. I have to play for a while longer. I feel like I got stronger. Wait, let me try again. No, wait. I have money. Why can't I play? Then, they noticed people glaring at them. It was Xi Qi and his friends. They could tell that Xi Qi and the others were people of high status. Feeling goosebumps appearing on their bodies, they looked at Liang Shi and asked, Brother Liang, what's going on? Brother Li, when your time is up, you have to go. Liang Shi smiled bitterly as he looked at the group of people waiting behind them. He explained, other people are still waiting to play. Waiting to play? What does that have to do with me? Why won't the owner let me play? Li Quan growled, Brother Liang, don't you know the owner well? Tell him that I'll double the money. Just let me play for 2 more hours. Screw you. Xi Qi cursed, I wanted to give him 5 times the money, but he refused. Get up and leave once your time is up. Who do you think you are? A hillbilly visiting the city for the first time? 2 times the price? Do you really think that's a lot? What are you saying? You little brat! Li Quan was immediately enraged and placed his hand on his weapon. Liang Shi, on the other hand, stopped him in a panic. He said quickly, Brother Li, if you cause trouble in here, I won't be able to help you. Then, he pointed at the blackboard and said, if you cause trouble, you won't be able to play here ever again. The owner is a man of his words, and the rules in his shop are strict. It's the same for everyone. Is it really the same for everyone? Li Quan weighed the pros and cons before finally deciding to leave his computer. He sneered, if that's the case, then I will act as a rule-abiding man. But if I find out that you treat others differently, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Fang Qi laughed and shrugged, do whatever you want to. Li Quan didn't want to make Liang Shi's life hard, so he unwillingly left his chair. He declared, if the owner is really rule-abiding, then I will play by the rules. The man with the mustache reached his limit as well, but he still wanted to play. Sir, I really can't play any longer. He was incredibly interested in the new items in the game, such as guns and viruses. However, his time was up in the blink of an eye. Fang Qi smiled and shook his head. No exceptions. The man with the mustache sighed, looked around, and saw some people waiting for him to vacate his seat. Therefore, he had no choice but to walk away. After he did that, he pointed at the computer in front of him and asked Fang Qi, I really like this spiritual artifact, is it for sale? Fang Qi froze for a second, he thought this man was just here to play games, but now this man wanted to buy his computer? Fang Qi shook his head. I don't have plans of selling these things at this time. The man with the mustache smiled and explained, to tell you the truth, I live far away. I only heard about this place when I was coincidentally visiting Zhuhua City today. Then, he continued, I am very interested in this game, but it's difficult for me to run back and forth every day. That is why I want to buy these spiritual artifacts. I know these must be expensive, so let's negotiate the price." He pointed out 2 fingers and asked, "What do you think of 2,000 crystals for one set of these spiritual artifacts?" Upon hearing the offer, Fang Qi wavered slightly. If this were before, he would have sold it. However, he had 11 computers and made more than 700 crystals in a few days. Therefore, 2,000 crystals weren't an astronomical figure to him anymore. Therefore, he shook his head and replied, "This is an internet cafe, not a place that sells spiritual artifacts. If you want to play the game, you have to come here." "Is that so?" The man with the mustache sighed as if he had anticipated an answer like this. "Thank you, sir." Then, he left with the 2 people he came with. "I want to buy a few sets of these things too." Su Zixin was giving Shen Qingqing pointers when she overheard their conversation. She laughed and asked, "Sir, are you really not going to sell?" Fang Qi smiled but didn't answer. Su Zixin knew Fang Qi would refuse, so she wasn't disappointed and quickly changed the subject. "I wonder if you'll get other games in the future that is similar to our world." Fang Qi thought about it. Indeed, The Legend of Sword and Fairy was a game in which cultivators and warriors both existed. TL note, it's a very popular Chinese franchise with TV shows and video games. Therefore, he answered, there will be, in the future. The next day, Fang Qi looked at his taskbar and realized that he made 763 out of the required 800 crystals. This meant that he was about to complete this task. "Why are you here so early this morning?" Since they didn't get seats early yesterday, Su Zixin and Shen Qingqing arrived at 7:30 am today. They thought that they would be the first ones there, but they saw a bunch of people waiting outside when they arrived. Song Qingfeng and the others seemed to have been waiting for a while as well. Su Zixin frowned. "I heard that the owner hasn't been opening on time these days." "He shouldn't." Upon hearing this, Lin Sha replied, a little unsure of himself, "The owner can't obtain breakthroughs every day, right?" The owner said that the Resident Evil 1 movie version is coming out today. The game was exhilarating. Naturally, the movie made Song Qingfeng wonder. That was why he arrived so early. "We don't have class today, so we ran over to see this new thing. The movie version comes out today." Su Zixin was immediately excited and smiled, "I picked the perfect time to come." Then, the doors of the shop suddenly opened. "You're so early today, sir." "So are you." Fang Qi froze after poking his head out. He thought he was opening early today, but a bunch of people was already waiting outside. Yesterday, Liang Shi and the others waited outside. Today, Song Qingfeng and his friends were waiting outside. After they paid, they each found a spot and sat down. "Sir, didn't you say that the movie version is coming out today? We didn't come too early, did we?" "Of course not." Task: reach a total revenue of 800 crystals. Task progress: 800/800, completed. Task reward: Resident Evil 1 movie version. At the same time, Fang Qi received 2 new tasks. New Task 1, sell 50 to 100 tickets for Resident Evil 1 movie version. Task reward: Diablo 2 Virtual Reality Remake, Act I, Diablo 2 Virtual Reality Remake, Act 2, New Task 2, upgrade the Internet Cafe. Task description: the size of the shop is too small and cannot contain any more computers. The host should expand the store as soon as possible. Task reward: more computers indeed, his shop wasn't big to begin with. With 11 computers, it felt extremely crowded. If he added more, it would affect the overall environment of his internet cafe. If he wanted to expand his shop, he would have to buy the neighboring shop first. The good news was, he was looking into this matter already, and all he needed to do was wait for Auntie Wang to get back to him. Although the system only provided the best of the best, Fang Qi was still worried about the movie. After all, he had never seen the movie himself, so how could he sell so many tickets? The sale of one movie ticket was equivalent to one customer. Right now, he only had 20 or so regulars. Would it work? Unlike the game, the players couldn't kill monsters and level up in the movie. Plus, it wasn't that much cheaper, so Fang Qi really didn't know how to sell movie tickets like this. The system always provides the best of the best and never scams people. Really? Fang Qi lips twitched under suspicion. Soon, Song Qingfeng and the others saw an icon, similar to the Resident Evil icon, appearing on the computer screen. It was called Super Theater. Super Theater. They clicked into it and immediately saw a giant poster on the screen. The main character, Alice, was wearing a red dress and black boots. She looked cool, and the theme of the surroundings was blood red, bringing horror into the players' minds. But the problem was, although the woman on the poster was beautiful, no one knew who she was. The price of the movie was written below, 3 crystals. It was slightly cheaper than the game. Confused, Song Qingfeng asked, "Sir, is this another novel? Why did the main characters change?" Fang Qi explained, "You can consider Resident Evil 1 as a novel, but it has more than one main character. The movie could be watched through virtual reality. More than one main character." The guys were slightly disappointed. "We can only watch and can't play." Fang Qi shook his head. "I can't even play." Song Qingfeng looked at Fang Qi dejectedly, "Plus, what's there to see if the main characters changed? I'm going to keep on playing Resident Evil 1, I hope I can pass soon," Song Qingfeng said, slightly disappointed. He wanted to know what happened afterwards, but what was the point of watching if the main characters changed? Feeling depressed, Fang Qi asked his system, "There's only one poster? Can't you make a trailer or something? The real good things do not require stuff like that." Fang Qi tried his best to convince the system, "Have you heard of the saying, good wine is afraid of being hidden in the alley? The original saying is, good wine is not afraid of being hidden in the alley." Fang Qi was speechless. Why was his system so smart and pretentious right now? "If you don't want to watch it, I will." Fang Qi had no choice but to shrug helplessly. "I want to watch too," Su Zixan said as she took out 3 crystals. "Why would you want to watch? The main characters changed." As loyal gaming fans of Resident Evil 1, Song Qingfeng and the others looked at her in disdain.